We're about to call to order the October 4th Cobb County Planning Commission meeting. We want to first, as we get started, welcome to the podium Pastor Larry Grayway of Kennesaw Family Life Church, who is going to provide our invocation this morning.
All right. Thank you. Let's pray together. Father, we are so grateful to be here today and grateful for Cobb County. And Lord, we ask that you would bring wisdom, direction, and peace this morning. We ask that your protection will be upon each one that's here. And we thank you for this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Grayway. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a full agenda today, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Commissioner Anderson is running a little behind, and he'll join us here shortly. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Peterson for our agenda review.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We ask that when the case is called that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then after that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand up and raise your hand so you can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward and be sworn in so that they can present testimony to the board at the front of the room here. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case of concerns. So convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Please remember there is no process to reserve your time and there's no rebuttal process. So you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. Mr. Chairman of the Board, there is one case on today's agenda in which the applicant is asking this case to be withdrawn without prejudice. That's rezoning case Z47, Angeli Studios 5 Incorporated. The applicant is asking this case to be withdrawn without prejudice. Mr. Chairman of the Board.
Thank you. This is in District 4. So Commissioner Hughes, I'll ask for a recommendation from you or a motion from you.
Motion to approve the request to withdraw Z47 2022 as requested without prejudice.
Do I have a second? Thank you. A second by Commissioner Ballon. We'll call the question. And that is approved by a vote of 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been continued or held by the staff of the Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z55 of 2022, Kenneth B. Clary. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z55 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z60 of 2022, Branch Acquisition Company, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z60 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z66 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z66 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z67 of 2022, SMB Investments Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z67 will not be heard today. SLEP 5 of 2022, Parallel Towers 3, LLC, also known as Parallel Infrastructure, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so SLEP 5 of 2022 will not be heard today. SLEP 13 of 2022, WH Storage LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 13 will not be heard today. Case SLEP 14 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 1st, 2022 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 14 of 2022 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, there are a few more cases that we need to add to the continued agenda. First one is rezoning case Z58, which is Pulte Home Company. This case, the staff has asked to continue this case, Mr. Chairman and Board. There are some DOT issues that the applicant needs to work out. So the staff would ask the board to continue Z58 until your November 1st Planning Commission zoning hearing.
Thank you. This one is in District 1, so Commissioner Balloon, I'll turn it up to you for a motion.
Okay, move to accept staff recommendation to continue Z58 until next month's calendar.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hughes. Call the question. That also is approved by a vote of 4-0 to continue Z58.
Thank you. Next one I have is rezoning case Z65 of 2022, Drapac Investments LLC. The applicant would like to continue this case, Mr. Chairman and Board, to continue to work on their plan. So the staff would ask you to continue this case until your November 1st hearing date.
Okay, that's in District 4, so Commissioner Hughes, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the applicant's request to continue Z65 2022 until the November 1st Planning Commission public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Awesome. Commissioner Balloon is seconded. Let's call the question. And also for a vote of 4-0 to continue Z65.
Thank you. Next one is rezoning case Z68 of 2022, the Revive Land Group LLC. The applicant does need to work on this concept a little bit more, Mr. Chairman and Board. So the staff would ask the board to continue rezoning case Z68 until your November 1st hearing date.
That's also in District 4, so Commissioner Hughes.
Move to approve the applicant's request to continue Z68 2022 until the November 1st Cobb County Planning Commission public hearing.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Balloon. Call the question. And that's 4-0 to continue Z68. Thank you.
And last case I have is rezoning case Z69 of 2022, Beezer Homes LLC. This case is going through a development of regional impact with the state, Mr. Chairman and Board, so it's going to need some more time. So the staff would ask the board to continue Z69 until your December 6th zoning hearing date.
This is in District 3, and so Commissioner Dance.
Move to continue Z69 until the December meeting, Planning Commission.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Call the question. By a vote of 4-0, we will continue Z69 till the December 6th planning meeting.
Okay. I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please put the phone on mute, as the ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement if they made a campaign contribution of $250 or more to a current member of the Board of Commissioners within the last 2 years. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their request. At this point, Mr. Chairman, Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for October 4th, 2022. First case on consent is rezoning case Z63 of 2022. Martine Turn requests a rezoning from NS to NRC for a beauty shop and retail in land lot 60 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Austell Road and on the southwest side of Kurt Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on August 1st, 2022, with the district commissioner approving the final plan. Number two, customers to park on the driveway, not on the grass. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 6, owner to remove the garage that straddles the rear property line or submit a lot combination so all buildings are on the subject property. Number 7, district commissioner to approve the building architecture, the building to meet Austell Road design guidelines if remodeled or a new building is built. And number 8, retail of beauty supply and hair care products only. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z63? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezone case Z64 of 2022, Alliance Industrial Partners LLC, request rezoning from R20 to LI for a warehouse in land lot 705 of the 18th District. The property is located on the east and west side of Factory Shells Road, north of Six Flags Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the district commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number 2, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 3, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 4, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 5, department of transportation comments and recommendations. And number 6, allow parking lot to be located on a separate lot. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z64? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. LUP 19, Word of Faith Family Worship Center Incorporated requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a daycare facility in land lots 697 and 698 of the 18th District. The property is located on the west side of Riverside Parkway and on the north side of the Bluffs. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to number 1, DOT to approve the traffic circulation plan, and number 2, DOT comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Can we just do another recap of Z63, just to count to make sure? I saw a participant stand up, but I just want to make, are you the applicant? Okay. I thought you stood up at the opposition time, so I think we're good. So at this time, I will just wanted to make sure of that, and I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question. Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, all those folks that were on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Moving into the held and continued agenda, first case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z7 of 2022. KM Homes request a rezoning from R20 to FST for a townhome community in land lot 22 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Way Green Road, north of Wooten Lake Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z7? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
If I can have a hands for those in support.
Can I get a show of those who are in support of Z7?
4.
Let the record show there's 4 people here in support.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suff of the law firm of Sams Larkin & Huff, and I represent KM Homes in relation to this rezoning application before you this morning. To begin with, I'm going to start by saying this is the easiest case you have on the agenda today. This is in full compliance with the land use plan, receive your staff support, and you can see no one is here in public opposition to this application. So I'm going to make a very short presentation. Hopefully, this is a transition piece of property. It transitions from the commercial to the south, the heavy use of Wade Green Road, the school and the commercial uses across the street. It's been owned by the Deaver family since 1947. Mr. Deaver's grandson is sitting in the audience. The property is in the medium density residential category. That's up to 5 units per acre. We're asking for 3.8 units per acre. You can see also the blue across the street is the school, and of course that's public institutional, but I will submit to you that its actual use is more commercial in terms of the impact in terms of traffic and noise and things like that. So you should look at that in commercial use across the street. Across the street to the south is commercial in the land use plan, and adjacent to us to the south is commercial. And then MDR is also to the medium density residential is to the south. You can see the commercial zonings to the south and to the west, and you can see the lower density residential that we fully protect with our plan. As we've talked about multiple times, this site is got a topography feature that we can utilize to our benefit. Sometimes topography can be a negative, but sometimes it's an opportunity, and this is one of those cases when it's an opportunity. You can see those when those lines come together kind of at a 45-degree angle going south to north in an easterly fashion. That's a draw that goes through there. And you can see it's kind of flat up along Wade Green Road and then dips down and then comes back up. So what we're able to do is put the homes closer to Wade Green Road, have a back alley that feeds the rear of these homes, and you have a front facade facing Wade Green Road with sidewalks. It will be an attractive entrance as you go down Wade Green Road. And every time I've been there, I've seen people walking to the public shopping center. This development will only increase that because it will feel so much more attractive and more open with that feature. So here is the site plan. Last time we had a RA4 plan, and each homes was attached in packs of 4, and we had come up with an idea to do them in 2s. And so what this does is each unit is an end unit. So each unit has side windows, has porches. Each unit has one side that is not adjoining to another house. And so this is a great way to work with a townhome development with an attached product. The density is well within the middle. It's 3.8 units per acre. And so this the other comment that we had was making sure that we handle drainage. The detention pond has moved in a better location that's right in the middle of that draw. It can be done in such a way that it's in line with everything and will be able to control any drainage that's coming from the commercial development through our site. We also, at the request of the opposition, moved our entranceway to the south. We're showing the deceleration lane. This well separates it, and I sent this to Ms. Diaz, and she reported that this complies with all their requirements, and so we've addressed that concern. This is an overlay showing the amount of trees that are on this property and the amount of the trees that will be preserved with this development proposal. One of the other elements that you can see on here is the location of the existing home, and you can see actually our homes will be a little bit further back than the existing homes, just for context. Now this is something that you haven't seen until you just passed out. I got it sent this morning. This is the rendering showing the units done in 2s. And so what you have now is the sizing of it looks like single-family detached homes. They're attached by 2s. And then we have a decorative fence along the front. We have an internal sidewalk you can see that will feed each unit, and then selectively come out to the sidewalk that will be rebuilt on Wade Green Road. It's currently in poor condition, and when we do our development, that will have to be rebuilt. So you can see how this will look. It looks like single-family detached homes, but it's an opportunity to have these units clustered in 2. We have met multiple times with opposition. I just want to quickly point out that every single thing they brought up, school overcrowding, traffic, and everything, factually is not an issue. School is not overcrowding. In fact, it's way undercrowding. In 2016, Pittner Elementary School had 974 students. Now it has 776, 186 student capacity. Your staff went through very carefully and recommended approval of this application. This is the alternative, which is something like would be like a single-family detached R15. It would clear cut the entire property. It would have greater impervious. When we talk about stormwater, impervious surface is really what we're talking about. How do you control the additional impervious surface? Our plan is like 25% impervious. An R15 is 40% impervious. So traffic, again, not an issue. Medium density residential is a very, very important zoning category, land use category. I hope you saw the work session the Board of Commissioners had. And as a planning commission, that implies that one of your roles is to not just react, but to actually plan. And the land use plan has MDR as an important category to provide housing for that missing middle, which is a huge need in our area. We're living differently than we have 20, 30 years ago, but our land use plan really hasn't caught up. 2.63 units, people per household, 50% of households are single-person households, 70% are one- and two-person households. This is providing that housing in an appropriate location. We've only dedicated 5% of our land, 5% of our land to MDR, and it's an important category. So when you have an MDR use in an MDR zoning category or a land use category, you should take advantage of it. This is something that I really wanted to highlight too, in that this property is 1 mile from the managed lane intersection and the GDOT park and ride lot. Again, this is where you put housing like this because you're that close to this huge infrastructure, transportation infrastructure that is 1 mile from our property. This allows you to, and for those who were concerned about traffic on Way Green Road, the traffic on Way Green Road is only going to exponentially increase because Cherokee County residents will be driving down Way Green Road to get to that park and ride lot. So as Ms. Diaz, said, 32 townhomes is not an issue for traffic on Way Green Road. This was an easy case. Last time I got up, I said, this is the easiest case you got today. Actually, the next case went pretty easy, and that's 2 miles south. When you go south on Way Green Road, we're half mile from the interstate interchange, a mile from the dedicated interchange, but we're also a half mile from George Busby Parkway. You go down to George Busby Parkway, you go south on George Busby Parkway, approximately 2 miles, you get to what was your next case last month, which was easily approved. It was approved at 250 multifamily units, 60 units per acre. Again, we're asking for 3.8 units per acre. You approved like 60 units per acre, 2 miles south, 250 rental apartments. Another thing that came out of the work session was the need for affordable and attainable for sale housing. This is a for sale product. Where do you want the people that you have living in the multifamily that you've approved down at Town Center to be able to have an opportunity to own a home in Cobb County? And this is that opportunity here. If you do not approve this, I'm going to ask you questions. A lot of times you ask me questions. My question to you is, why is your staff wrong in recommending 37? We're asking for 32, 37 units per acre. Why should you not follow your land use plan? I want the answer to that if you do not follow this. Keith McSwain, KM Homes, is a second generation local builder who's built multiple projects in Cobb County. Why shouldn't he be able to build 32 homes for residents in Cobb County? Shouldn't we put homes close to traffic quarters, jobs, managed lanes, where schools have plenty of capacity?
You got 1 minute, Mark.
Okay, and I'm going to reserve some time. I've got a resident neighbor who'd like to come up real quickly. And I'm able to answer any questions. And my stipulation letter dated September 22nd, I think, is very explanatory.
You have to be sworn in first before you speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dirk Allison. I am a resident of Parkwood Commons. I've been there since 1988, which is 34 years. When I moved there, the elementary school across the street wasn't there. The public shopping center wasn't there. So the development on Wade Green has grown since I've been there. This is just one more piece of that growth of the county that I see. I know one of the things that people are talking about, the water issues coming out of the creek. All that water goes through my house. My house is in the far back corner, the last section. My house is flooded twice, not the house. The land has flooded in the flood zone twice in the last 34 years. I don't see the runoff from that 8 acres being a big problem. Again, I'm one of the neighbors in Parkwood Commons, and I'd like to recommend approval of this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, since there was no opposition, I'm going to turn it over to District 3, Commissioner Dance.
Okay, thank you. If I could have Mr. Huff come back, as he anticipates. Parks, I wanted to run through the stipulation letter with you.
Yeah.
Okay, and so if I could just get you to read each stipulation, and then let's see if there are any questions on that.
Yeah, the RA, it would be zoned RA4 to 32 townhomes at 3.8 units per acre, per the site plan that we've submitted. The townhomes will be for sale townhomes. Only covenants would have a 10% maximum rental. The entrance shall be 600 feet south approximately of Parkwood Commons as per that site plan. The community will be very quiet, 32 townhomes, don't have fenced backyards. We'll have, the landscaping will be commonly maintained, so the landscape company will come in during the week. One of my pet peeves is blowers and edgers going all times of the weekend. That won't be happening here. We'll be a very quiet neighbor. The homes will be connected in pairs, and I've submitted the revised architecture showing how those pairs look. Again, the massing of it as you drive by will be the massing of a single-family home. The minimum house size is 1,200 square feet.
Excuse me, is that 1,200 or 1,900?
1,900, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
And then we will meet with all the recommendations of the Stormwater Management Division that they have in their revised staff analysis. We've reduced the front setback from 50 to 35. Again, that's a positive variance in my opinion, because the 50-foot front setback is partly related to being able to have cars parked in your front. Our cars are accessed, come in and park in the back, and so you don't need that extra length from the road. It also allows us to push them a little closer to the road and be able to use the topography a little bit better. That's less impervious, less grading. All those things are reduced with that. And then the internal sidewalk will along our homes and then connect to the public sidewalk. We'll have a decorative fence. There's a decorative fence across the street for the elementary school. We would be similar in that. Theirs is like 6 feet tall. Ours will probably be 3 to 4 feet tall. It's more decorative than trying to limit people coming and going, but it's just a demarcation of it and decorative. And that was shown on that rendering that was just passed out to you and shown in the presentation.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about those stipulations? Okay. At the meeting last, we asked for the development of a site plan incorporating further reduction in density and impervious surfaces. Can you comment upon your ability or consideration of that?
If I can, I've got it somewhere here, I think. Did I steal it? Oh, there it is. So here is the site plan. Again, we start out with 37 homes. We reduced it by 5 homes, which doesn't sound a whole lot. When you talk about like a 250 apartment complex, 5 home reduction isn't a big deal. When you're talking about going from 37, which the staff recommended, we reduced that to 32, which allows us the width along there to have plenty of space on both north, south, and adjacent to this single family to the rear. This is a site plan that and again, the development costs are the same for 37 versus 32. So you're spreading that out amongst fewer homes. So I think we have the buffering, we have a good layout, and by moving the homes from 50 to 35 feet, that reduces the amount of impervious. Again, our impervious is as shown on this is really like 20%, but I'm not able to say, I'm not going to commit to that 20% because we know we might add some more. But I mean, we're talking about a development that will have less impervious than anything y'all seen in a long time. So I don't know what reduction would do. It's not going to reduce traffic. In fact, it will increase traffic because that's 2 more. If we remove 2 units, that's 2 people that are going to be living in Cherokee County driving to the park and ride lot. I don't, when you can have an MDR category that's up to 5 units per acre and we're at 3.8, that's a reasonable density. And I don't see any reason to reduce it other than just it might make you feel better.
Okay, and I think there's some elevation differences at either end of those units, is that right?
Oh, you talking about the grade?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, what's going to happen is the grade in the south, when we're adjacent to the commercial, we're adjacent to a bank there, that drops off a little bit there. So when they come in and they're going to be digging out to go, because remember, it's 2 stories facing Wade Green, 3 in the back. So we're going to be cutting down a daylight basement in the back. The dirt from that is going to be moved to the south, so that'll be filled in, so that'll be brought up to road grade down in the south. The goal of every development is to have 0 haul off or haul in, and where the site, quote, balances, and this is able to be achieved using this development proposal.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions on that?
Yeah, please. Commissioner Anderson.
Parks, last time we had spoken about kind of 2 things, I think, actually 3, and this plan addresses one, which is showing the kind of the internal sidewalk. That's helpful. And we talked about a landscaping plan, and I'm trying to go back to that if we have that.
Yeah, that's showing the type of landscaping that we have out front. I mean, it's not
Okay.
it doesn't have species demarcated and things like that, but that's the type of landscaping that we would have along the frontage.
Okay. That's something where I probably would imagine there might be a desire to have a more visual barrier. But certainly that could be something, I think, within the scope of, Commissioner Dance and some of the feedback you've heard on kind of the desires around that, and maybe having something subject to Commissioner approval on a landscaping plan. The second thing that we did talk about last meeting was there any potential for an escrow related to concerns. Can you talk a little bit about any progress on discussions that you've had with the community around for any future stormwater impacts and escrow amounts that might be considered? Because I know that wasn't in the STIP letter.
Yeah, and I did make progress on that. And you might have seen Mr. Carver's head shaking back and forth. He does not recommend a escrow agreement. They have other methods of enforcement, and they don't want to start confusing things with an escrow agreement, although I think and I agreed to it last time. I said we'd be glad to do it, and we would be subject to review and approval by Cobb County, but they would prefer to handle it in other ways, and I totally respect that and agree with that. So that wasn't to say we don't want to do it. We are going to do everything that the Stormwater Management Division has asked us to do.
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I happened to be at my son's townhome up in Alexandria this weekend, and one thing I noticed that was really interesting to me, folks did a great job of maintaining flower beds out in front of their units, but I would say about a third of the folks in the complex didn't maintain their roof lines. Was any thought given, or roofs, in terms of, I presume they're holding water, or they would fix them or put newer roofs on, but a lot of the roofs look very dated. I know you're in the game. Is any thought ever given to having the HOA replace roofs periodically and have that done by the HOA rather than the individual unit owner? Do you know if that's ever been done?
I don't know whether it's ever been done. I think what they do is they have an active HOA that will be making sure that the exteriors are maintained and updated and repainted and roofs replaced. But we can look at that. But we will have an HOA that will be ensuring that each home is maintained.
Okay. Then I know that just yesterday there was an email of objection to the number of units signed by Bells Ferry Civic Association, Chestnut Hills HOA, Parkwood Commons, and Greens Crossing. Have you spoken in the last week or so with any representatives from any of those?
No, we've had probably 3 public meetings with them in the past, and I mean, they have, we've accommodated every request. We went from 37 to 32. That's what, 10, 15% reduction. We changed our access driveway. We went from 5 units connected to 4 units connected to 2 units connected. Again, what 2 homeowners you approved 250 apartments 2 miles south of here, when they get to the point where they can afford their home and they want to buy in Cobb County, which 2 homeowners are you going to say, we prefer you to move to Cherokee County? And you got the opportunity to put, follow your land use plan. Why? What's the point of reduction other than just feeling good? And I mean, traffic-wise, there's 27,000 or 24,000 cars a day on Wade Green Road. You got a park and ride lot a mile away. You're a half mile from the interstate interchange. I mean, traffic is the silliest thing to be complaining about. And density is the silliest thing to be complaining about when we're at 20% impervious and we save a lot of trees.
So you have had some discussions previously with some of these folks from some of these organizations?
Yes, in the last meeting we had, we thought we were getting somewhere where we were going to be able to talk about architecture and things like that. And they said, we've got a lake in our community that's silted up, nothing to do with our property. Will you pay for it to be, to have the silt removed? And we said, we can't. We're not responsible for it. Mr. Devers has been there since 1947. He's not responsible for the silt in their lake. They're responsible for the silt in their own lake. And when we said that, they said, will you step out? We stepped out, and we came back and they said, we can't support anything. And so they tried to strong-arm us for paying for their lake, and we said no.
What's the distance between the units on your proposed plan?
They meet the code. I'd have to pull the site plan, look at it. But
Are you, okay. Would that take very long? I'm just,
10 between the units.
and when you have these discussions with these HOAs and Bells Ferry, did they have a number in mind that they held out to you as something that they would support?
They have said repeatedly, the only thing they would support is an R-15, which is the dumbest way to develop this property. They have never come off that position.
So all the questions I have, the applicant, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
And I appreciate them coming.
I have one. I have one part.
Yeah.
You talked a lot about MDR, and thank you for the information around MDR. And then you mentioned about MDR and where it fits in the land use and affordability. Can you talk, what's the proposed list price or retail price, a range for this product?
And keep in mind, I said affordable and attainable. Mm-hmm. This is not going to be this is not in any way addressing affordability policy. It's addressing attainable problems. If you're trying to find a house and there's just simply not any for sale product for sale, this addresses that. Our starting price points will be plus or minus a few of 400,000.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Dance.
So, Parks, with respect to the landscaping plan and those kind of things, there's no vegetation really that remains from the prior property at the front, and something that I asked you about because there are some nice hardwoods and things on the property. Is there any consideration given to preserving some of those natural features at the front of the property? And can you explain that, please?
Yeah. There's an absolutely gorgeous oak tree that's right mm-hmm. kind of center left of the property. Mm-hmm. You and I looked at it, and I would love for it to be safe. But actually, this aerial shows it here. It's actually on county right-of-way.
So if you backed up to that, where is it? It's in the first section, second section?
You can see This shows a little bit more. You see that dark line is the right, see the right-of-way actually kicks in on our side, so that the right-of-way is not consistent. It's a little further back. And see that dark line with a parallel, almost immediate red line? You can see the trees are right there. Those big trees, there's 3 of them right there that are on the right-of-way. And then one of them is right adjacent to the right-of-way, which would be impacted with the sidewalks and all that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I wish there was some way to preserve those trees, because those are, but they're county right-of-way. I'm sure the county will appreciate that we're going to be taking them down, because they don't want to have to pay for them to come down when they in fact start impacting right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. If we can have Mr. Carver come up.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Hey, Carl. Mr. Huff mentioned having a conversation with you about escrow and what the interests of the county were. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, that's something that we've never done, and it would be difficult for enforcing and regulating. There is, in the state code for erosion control and stormwater, because this site is over 1 acre of disturbance, there's means and methods in the state ordinance for stormwater for some third parties, if they can prove it, to have claims against a developer. So it would be.
What are those means?
Well, anytime a site is over 1 acre disturbed, they have to file a notice of intent to the county and to the state EPD. So if there's legitimate claims downstream, they can file a third-party lawsuit, which has some significant fines per day.
So if those are fines, but I think the interest here was in making sure that the individuals in the neighborhood were protected. And
Well,
there might be
part of
some
my
remedy
original
for them.
stipulations is to document the pre-developed condition of the stream or the drainage swell between this development and the lake, and to obtain a pre-development sediment study of the lake. And then there will be a post-development to identify if there's been any additional silt downstream.
Okay, and so you've evaluated this, the site plan and the location of the detention pond and all those things. And what is your conclusion?
This location of the detention pond could, pending final design during land disturbance permit phase, provide additional controls for the downstream. So this is a better location for their stormwater pond.
Okay, and how about the impact as a whole of the plan and
The impervious coverage is, they state somewhere around 20%. I think they're allowed up to 40%. So they're at a 50% reduction of what's allowed.
okay, and do you have articulated concerns about this plan?
No particular concerns. Like I said, I think the detention pond is a better location. It will help control what's coming out of Publix better for the downstream.
So will what's coming off the public's property flow through this property? It already does, is that right?
It flows through this property today, yes.
Okay, and this would slow the flow, is that what you're saying?
I'm hopeful, depending on final design, it will provide additional controls.
Okay, anyone else?
Commissioner Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carl, the detention area as proposed looks like it's built into to a degree into the hill in the back.
Sure.
Is that your understanding based on the topo there?
The back slope of it probably would go into that pond. They would have to cut into that slope.
All right. Any particular concerns for the amount of silt that would be created in that process?
No, they would create the berm or dam, whatever you want to call it, of the detention pond, and then they would control the silt and runoff from that cut, it would go into the pond before it goes downstream.
Okay, tell me what controls the county will require during the development process.
But during the construction, that you've got the erosion control ordinances that apply, and they're designed in a three-phase format because it's over 1 acre. And there's the initial erosion control, which is basically during the clearing phase. The intermediate phase is during grading operations to construct the pond. The pond has to get constructed in the intermediate phase. And then it's used as sediment control for the rest of the construction. Then it's cleaned out and as-builted for a certification to us that it was built to the original design.
You expressed an opinion this location is superior to the prior location?
It's better because it has the potential to control the runoff coming from Publix. And it's not as close to Parkwood Commons adjacent properties.
Is the runoff from the Publix currently going through part of what is now the detention area as planned?
It appears to be, but it would be pending on final design.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, so when the pre and post sediment study is done, what's the threshold for triggering, I guess, what happens if there's a meaningful difference between the pre and post, and what counts as a meaningful difference? If there's like a 1%, 5% increase in sediment levels?
Well, the idea is that there's no increase.
Right.
So they would have to pull it back, pull out the silt at least to the pre-developed level that we had before.
Okay. Got it. And that process, just so if Parkwood Commons if it was determined that there was an increase in sediment levels, just so we know, how would that process work for actually triggering that increase and the funding and timing of that generally?
Well, I haven't had to implement one, so
Okay.
I guess we would say that they wouldn't get their final plat or their CO
Okay.
based on that being resolved. We
Okay.
do get the pre-development before they get their land disturbance permit.
Yep.
And it's on file.
Yep.
And so we compare them at the end.
Okay.
I just compared another project recently, and there was 0. It depends on how well the contractor does his erosion control during the construction.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for explaining the mechanism for that.
Any further questions? I'll turn it back to Commissioner Dance.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much. If we could ask Amy Diaz to come forward.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, Amy. Mr. Huff spoke to a change in the location of the entrance.
Yes, they shifted the entrance location.
Do you mind taking your mask down so we can hear?
They shifted the entrance location to be further from the intersection where they'd have to U-turn to go southbound on Wade Green Road.
Okay, and I think you discussed that the last time, but can you evaluate that plan?
Yeah, so their previous plan met all the county standards as far as development standards, but there was some concern that they may have difficulty turning right out of the development, going down to the adjacent intersection, and then U-turning there to go south on Wade Green, because they have it's a right-in, right-out driveway for their development. There's no set standard way of determining how much distance they need between their driveway and the U-turn to safely make that movement. However, we did some investigation and said that it should be between 550 and 620, and they have moved it to 620. So that should give them sufficient distance to be able to make that lane change movement over and safely make the U-turn movement. Because
Okay.
what they do is they come out of their development they're in the rightmost lane and they have to make 2 lane changes to get into the left lane, turn lane, to then U-turn. That's the distance that's being asked about.
Okay, and so that is within your recommendations?
Yes.
Okay.
It's-
And are there any other concerns you have with respect to traffic impacts of this development?
This development is under the threshold for a traffic study, so it should, as long as community development agrees that it fits within the land use plan, should be acceptable from a traffic point of view.
Okay, anyone else have questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Does anyone else on the board have questions to ask of anyone?
Any additional questions? No.
Okay. I want to make some comments prior to making a recommendation. First of all, I appreciate the folks who are here and those who are not here today who have participated in this process through a series of meetings. I also appreciate that staff was involved in those interactive meetings. And so I think we're here today because there has been a lot of public participation and input. I don't think that we should take anything from the, any implication from the fact that other individuals are not present today who have participated in the process and who have appeared before this board previously. So all of those comments and input have been taken into consideration. I want to say that I think that there has been significant progress on this development, and I appreciate the, particularly the changes in plans that consider the surrounding neighbors. I believe that moving those homes forward on those lots increases the buffer for the neighboring residents. And I appreciate the landscape design that is consistent with the school system across the street. I'm sorry we can't save the trees, but there is a significant buffer. I also appreciate the fact that that there has been this attention paid to the stormwater and the traffic considerations, and as said, I appreciate everyone's involvement in that process. So, subject to those comments, I'm going to make a motion. I would move to delete the property to RA4, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, the applicant stipulation letter of 9/22, and further comments that I will make now, or further stipulations. One, I would, I'm respectful of the opinion that's been rendered today, but I would ask for further consideration prior to submission to the Board of Commissioners on the escrow related to stormwater impacts. I would also ask for consideration of a site plan which further incorporates a reduction in density, notwithstanding the comments made by council. I believe that that could be presented to the Board of Commissioners for consideration. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly here. I would ask that council further consider all the recommendations made at our last Planning Commission meeting regarding showing specifically the elevations of the front of the units from the street, including that sidewalk connectivity, and I'm talking about with measurements, and same for the landscape plan, and And that would be my motion.
Second for purposes of discussion.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Ballon. I'll open for discussion.
I'll be happy to go first, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments of the District 3 Commissioner, Planning Commissioner. It would be my thought and suggestion that it might provide a superior product if they went from 10 feet in distance between the, in essence, what amount to duplex structures to 15 feet, as is consistent with what we do in senior housing projects per the code. And by doing so, I think that would also provide a safer means for our fire to get in there and get the job done, should there ever be that problem. I do very much appreciate the developer taking the time to come up with a product that mimics the appearance of a two-story single-family home substantially. And I appreciate the concerns of the District 3 Planning Commissioner regarding making certain that we make adequate provision for stormwater issues that could arise downstream. But I'm not taking a position as to whether or not an escrow is necessary. I think it was a good approach and a good idea, but there are resources still or avenues of resort for folks who do have a problem down the road, and there are substantial groups that could be adversely impacted by adverse stormwater problems. So I hope the developer would just be on notice to take particular care and not creating an issue in that regard. Thank you. Thank you.
Further comments? Do you have any response to that, Commissioner Dance?
So, with respect to my fellow commissioners' comments, do you have a substitute motion, or would you?
No, it would be the same, but just to reduce, you had a general reduction. Mine would be a reduction of, it would either be 2 or 4 units as necessitated by making each duplex 15 feet apart from each other duplex type unit. That might end up allowing 28, might end up allowing 30. I haven't done the math or tried to lay it out. I'm not an architect or a design professional by training, so I wouldn't try.
So, Mr. Chair, is that a substitute motion or an addition to the motion?
It doesn't sound like, since we're in discussion, it doesn't sound like a substitute motion. It sounds like, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Ballon, but it sounds like he was making a strong suggestion that where you referred to consideration for reduction, that be applied through a 15 feet separation between structures versus the 10 feet that we were told in the presentation.
That does make sense. I'm just gauging the procedures in my head, and I think it would be appropriate to have a substitute motion or amendment to the motion, but.
Would you want to make the amendment, I guess, is what I'm saying?
Okay, so I would amend my original motion to offer a substitute motion to increase the distances between the structures to 15 feet. Is that clear enough?
It's absolutely clear to me. Thank you.
Okay.
And I wasn't trying to, I was making a suggestion for you. I wasn't trying to make a substitute motion, but thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
And just to clarify, that distance is between still these duplex setups?
Yeah, the structures.
The actual structure, okay, so between the actual blocks of 2, okay.
Any?
We need a second for the amended motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So we have a second on the amended motion by Commissioner Ballon. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call the question. The motion as amended is approved by a vote of 5-0 on Z7. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Board, I did get a message from the applicant for our next case, Z46 of 2022, Whatmore LLC, and the applicant is asking this case to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, this is in District 3, so Commissioner Dance will take a motion from you for that.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Anderson. Let's call the question. By a vote of 5-0, we will withdraw Z46 without prejudice.
Thank you. All right, next case is rezoning case Z49 of 2022, Johnny Hastings, Integrity Development Group. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for a townhome community in land lots 690 and 691 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Ernest Barrett Parkway at the terminus of Old Horseshoe Bend Road, north of Macedonia Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z49. No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Mr. Priest, did we say there's no opposition, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Hastings, Integrity Development Group, 4265 Biltmore Place, Marietta, Georgia. We appreciate your time and consideration this morning. I'm joined by David Stewart from LaCroix Engineering, and he will help me address any questions from a civil standpoint. We were here last month and requested deferral pending some renderings, which we have for you today. I think it might be in our best interest to just go over the highlights of the site. The site is, current zoning is R20. The land is vacant residential. The proposed zoning is RA5, which is a townhouse community. The future land use dictates LDR and MDR. Site acreage is 17.75 acres and 12 acres usable. Taxes have been paid. Just again, 30,000-foot view. We have 12 usable acres of land here. We are encumbered by a power line and a colonial gas line that runs through the middle of the property. So there's very little that we can do here to achieve anything that's really buildable. Staff has recommended 2.5 units an acre. This would put us down to about 20 single-family homes and would probably not work in terms of the economics just because of the minimal achievable density given the site itself. The site is located on Ernest Barrett Parkway. Last time we were here, Commissioner Nelson had requested a line of sight, going back for traffic. Do you recall, Commissioner?
You were asking,
Well, I can just continue.
let's do the presentation, and then when we get to the question, we can
So
talk.
it's about 1,000 feet line of sight from the traffic perspective. DOT has approved the site for a decel lane, but not an XL lane. So that was the question that he had asked at the last hearing. If you could go to the rendering, please, quickly. So the proposed site, Commissioners, is townhouse community, 63 units. There you go. 1,850 square feet under air, 2-car parking garage, 4 spaces per unit with, I believe it's 32 guest parking spaces on top of the 4, for a total count of 320 parking spaces. Again, total townhouse units 63. Proposed density is 4.99 units per acre. Minimum lot size 2,500 square feet, maximum height 35 feet. Minimum lot width is 24 feet. And again, under air, 1,850 square feet. We would be pricing these units in the low 3s, so this is affordable housing in Cobb County. I'd like to address some of the questions for staff, whether the property to be affected by the zoning has a reasonable economic use and are currently zoned. The proposed loses much of its economic use because of factors that are outside the applicant's control. As noted, the site has an easement for Colonial Pipeline running through it, as well as Noses Creek, which is surrounded by floodplain and very harsh topography. The challenge here, guys, is fitting anything on this site. Quite frankly, it's 12 acres of usable land. We think we've done a good job. I'm going to have David address any civil questions, putting what we think is the highest and best use for the site, which would be these 63 townhomes. Traffic is not an issue, given the fact that we're on Ernest Barrett Parkway. We have a letter from the school district saying that they can accommodate the additional children in the school district. We think this is an appropriate use for this site. If you come from McLeod Road and go all the way to the Walmart, there is not one single subdivision in a 4-mile stretch of Ernest Barrett Parkway. Not one. I'd like to have a show of hands for people that are for this site, and how many for against. In the last hearing, Mr. Chairman, we had one objector who was basically for the project but had some issue with easements or whatnot. He is not here tonight. So this is a pretty easy site from a constituent standpoint, and the fact that we have twice basically 0 people against us. I do have the seller here today, the owner of the property, and they're going to give you a little bit of the history of the site at the appropriate time. Again, I have my civil engineer here. We're open to any requirements that commissioners may want to add to the project. And having said that, I'll open up for discussion.
You done with your presentation?
I'm sorry?
Are you done with your
I'm done.
presentation? Okay.
Yeah.
Just hold tight, and I will turn this over to his District 4. So, Commissioner Hughes, I'll turn it over to you to lead our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Vaught. Appreciate that. I think I want to start, and I have a question for staff at this point. I know staff has recommended approval of this request at a density of no more than 2.5 per acre. John, could you shed a little light for us on how staff arrived at that factor?
Sure. The property is unique in that it has 2 different future land use categories on it. About 20% of it is medium density residential, and I believe the western 80% is low density residential. So it is a split, and it's probably a split based on how the parcels were before the Ernest Barrett Parkway roadway project was put in the 90s. So in low-density residential, the densities range from 1 to 2.5 units per acre. In medium-density residential, they range from 2.5 to 5 units per acre. So staff chose to recommend approval, but at 2.5 units per acre, which satisfies both land use plans.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And at 2.5 units to the acre, how many units would that yield for this project, for the request?
Let's see here. Between 28 to 31, depending on how it's laid out. Because it's 12 usable acres, correct?
Yes.
So it's probably be around 29 or 30.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I've taken a look at staff's analysis and agree with their recommendation. I do want to consider another way to calculate the density for this. And since 80% of the property is designated low-density residential, I guess one of the things I need to determine is 80% would be about, and that's total acreage, 80% of 17 is about 14 acres. Need to determine how much of that is actually in the floodplain. Do we have an idea?
Well, there's 5.1 acres of floodplain, and it's all mainly on the western side of the property. And Tim has that pulled up right now on your GIS. So the western and southern lines of the property is in a floodplain.
Okay. So we're looking at maybe about 9 acres buildable on the low density category, give or take?
Probably.
Okay. And then on the medium density version of that, how much of that is, so that leaves 3? Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do is take a look at 2.5 units to the acre for the low density portion, or so 2.5 times 9 acres.
Okay.
Gets us,
Okay, 2.5 times 9 is 23 units.
okay. And then 3 acres times 3.5 units to the acre.
That's 10 units, so you got 33 units.
Okay. So the overall density would be approximately what, 3.5, so 33 divided by?
About 3.
About 3 units to the acre, which in my opinion, I think seems reasonable for this request.
Commissioner, if you don't mind me just interjecting, I'm
Sure.
David Stewart, engineer for the applicant. When you're looking at the usable area, don't forget the unusability created by the easement, the Colonial Pipeline easement that bisects the site there. So you were able to trace the floodplain area and kind of come to some conclusions about that. But that is also not usable, and it kind of cuts out the little triangle there just south of the cursor for development. So, thank you.
You have any idea how much we're talking there?
They may be able to do that if online here. I don't have that calculation with me, but using Bluebeam, they may be able to figure that out here while we're here. I don't know.
Commissioner, if I may, I mean, that's the challenge again with the site, you know, that a lot of unusable land.
Yeah.
You know.
I think 63 units, it's a pretty significant, that's a dense development in my opinion, at 5 units to the acre. So I'm trying to get to a point where we have a compromise.
Understood.
That's where I'm trying to get to with you in terms of this. And so my thought was the density on the LDR piece could be about 2.5. It'd be a little higher on the medium density side because that allows up to 5. And then the combination
I see what
of
you're
both
saying.
of,
Yep.
that's where I'm trying to get to. So again, we're talking about 33 units total.
That would have to be single-family homes. I mean, it's not economic viably, you know, it won't work, 33 townhomes. And I'm not sure what what the square footage is for single-family homes. I mean, if you could fit 33 is what I'm saying, you know? Yeah.
I mean, you should be able to fit 33 on the 12 acres there?
Pretty small, single-family homes, and then what's the setback, the side setback got to be? 15 feet?
Is this something you'd be open to?
I'm sorry?
Would you be open to considering?
Well, you know, obviously, we're going to do what staff recommends, you know, or what commissioners recommend, you know. The goal here is to be approved.
I understand.
If we're denied, then you get nothing, right? I mean, I want to back up a little bit, you know. This site, back in the day, was on both sides of Ernest Barrett Parkway. And the county and DOT came in and split the property owner's property in half. And if you can see on the west side of this, that's the same parcel. You know, it really put the property owner in a bad way, because the MDR, as you can see, traces over to the other side of Ernest Barrett Parkway. It's the same parcel.
Understood.
Yeah. It was DOT and the county who, you know, put the property owner in a hard way. I still maintain, I understand where you're coming from, but I still maintain that the highest and best use for the site, you know, I live over in East Cobb, you know, and the average house over there is $600,000. I mean, I don't know where people live in this county where they can buy a new home in the low threes. I mean, today we had an applicant in here with townhomes up in the fours. It's 6-7% interest. How many people can afford that? Not too many. So I think this really gives this district and this area exactly what it needs from an affordability. This is affordable housing in Cobb County, low threes. You know, when we have D.R. Horton here with us today, who's the builder, you're going to get a lot of home for $300,000 in today's economic environment. So I would ask, you know, the commissioners to, you know, maybe think a little bit outside the box and not just density, but what is the need for the community?
Okay. I'm struggling with almost 5 units to the acre on the property.
Okay.
I don't know if my fellow commissioners have any comments at this point.
Any comments from Commissioner Ballone?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all the good thoughts. I think very good thoughts from the District 4 Planning Commissioner in regard to the density request being too high. And I appreciate his thoughts of trying to come up with some sort of a split zoning, perhaps, as a accommodation to coming up with a more appropriate number. My biggest concern remains the lack of an acceleration lane on Ernest Barrett Parkway, and I'll be happy to get into that in a minute if we get to staff comments from the DOT. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Other comments?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Wait, let me hold. Commissioner Anderson?
Just a quick question. So, so for the thank you for the presentation, by the way, and kind of walking through the just to confirm, Colonial Pipeline easement, that's a non-revenue generating easement, or
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. So there's no just wanted
Plus,
to confirm
there's a power line too. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one, and then do you have any sense of that's obviously likely to be perpetual or very long time, but is there anything where there are any trigger points that might put that easement at potential risk of going away?
That's a gas pipeline.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just.
It'll be there a long time.
Yeah, I know. We say that are rail lines, and then they turn
I
into
have
the
no
solar
idea,
comet, right?
Commissioner.
So
Yeah.
they're so infrastructure, long life like that,
Right.
does go away at some point.
That again, that's the challenge of the site. You know, it's not just 12. If it was 12, you know, raw acres of land with no
Right.
pipeline and no overhead, you know, wires, then we could possibly go with single-family homes. You know, when you have this challenge here, the only thing I can see that's going to work is townhomes, and you know, I don't know if single-family is going to work, Commissioner Hughes. I'll be honest with you. I think the site could probably stay vacant. You know, given if that's the decision of staff or of county commissioners.
Okay. So you're saying you're not interested in exploring the single-family option?
Look, we'll listen to anything. I'm just saying, when we go back and underwrite it, get 32 townhomes, I'm not sure it'll work.
Okay.
I mean, we'll do our best and work with with our seller, but again, you know, what's the challenge here? The fact that the county and DOT came in and split this property in half. And we're asking for consideration, given that that's the case. This parcel was cut in half by the county and DOT. And we're asking for consideration, given that was the case.
But the owner was compensated for that, correct?
I don't know. I have to ask them, but if it was pretty minimal. It goes back quite a ways.
Okay. All right.
They'll get up and they can address that better than I can, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes,
very
sir.
much. I have some questions. A question for DOT at this time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
You want to can you stay for 1 second? I'm going to recognize Commissioner Anderson for a final question.
Yeah, just quickly, was there a stipulation letter, updated stipulation letter drafted for this?
Not that I've seen. I've actually got a set of proposed stipulations.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I've drafted some. Customarily, the applicant provides some, but I've prepared some on my own volition for this case.
Understood.
I mean, Commissioner, you know, we will, obviously, whatever, you know, planning recommends to county commissioners, you know, we're not going to say no to it. I want to be clear about that. I'm not saying that we're, you know, but I still maintain, given the history of the site and the usable land, that the highest and best use is what we proposed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hughes, turn it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. If I can have DOT come up.
Cobb County DOT is Amy Diaz.
Good morning, Amy. I know you've reviewed the site plan and reviewed this application. Could you just sort of share with us your DOT's recommendations as it relates to this particular application at this point in time?
This again would be a right-in, right-out driveway because of Ernest Barrett Parkway. It is an existing driveway location, so it does not have to get approval from the Board of Commissioners for accessing Barrett Parkway, which is often an issue. Then we would recommend a deceleration lane, which has been included. So other than that, do you have any specific questions for me?
I think I heard a fellow commissioner indicate that an XL lane is not being recommended at this time. Is that the case? And if so, what's the thought behind that?
So acceleration lanes have not been part of the development standards for some time, since before my time with the county. I'm not certain when that particular improvement was removed, but there are some safety issues with acceleration lanes considering merging situations, and so that they have not been used of development driveways, at least since I've been here in 2016. Now, I know that Commissioner Boylan and I discussed a location at Mud Creek Soccer Park, which is on this roadway. That one was built prior to 2010. I'm not certain exactly what the date was, but that was prior to the last revision of the development standards, which did remove acceleration lanes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Commissioner Valon.
Thank you very much. Yes, I drove by Mud Creek this morning and noticed they did have a very healthy acceleration lane, probably a couple 100 feet anyway, right? And nevertheless, I also noted in front of Mud Creek Park a kind of flower arrangement, I assume tribute to somebody who died at the far end of Mud Creek Park, and I don't know the circumstances, but it suggests to me that there may have been a fatal traffic accident right there. My observation, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that people tend to drive in this section of Barrett Parkway at rates of speed that greatly exceed the posted signs.
I'm not aware of a speeding problem here, but I anecdotally certainly understand your concern.
And there are large stretches of this that really don't have much development on it as it winds through this area, is that correct?
That is certainly true. Barrett Parkway, as I mentioned, I kind of alluded to with the idea of the development driveway. It's was constructed and retained as a limited access road, and so there is not much development along the sides of it. It's restricted, basically.
Right. And the idea of a deceleration lane, which you're recommending here, is for folks to be able to slow down and move out of traffic without there being, I guess, traffic having to come to a stop in the right lane of a two-lane roadway, correct?
Correct.
Uh-huh. And how long a deceleration lane are you recommending here?
It would have a minimum 100-foot taper because of the speed of the roadway, and then a minimum of 175-foot storage.
175 feet.
Yeah. Now, the storage is something that they can work with us on if there is a geographic constraint that they can't put it in because of lack of right-of-way or a topographical problem. Because for this kind of development, you don't really expect a lot of vehicles in the storage lane at one time, but the taper cannot be reduced. It has to be at least 100 feet. It has to be 100 feet specifically. Okay. That's set by national standard.
All right. But the thought is that even if people are driving by at 70 miles an hour, and I'm not asking what the legal speed limit is, I'm just asking what's really going on there, that if people are driving down through there at 70 miles an hour and somebody's trying to get on Barrett Parkway and take that right turn and head, I guess, south there at that point, that they're safer, according to the Cobb County DOT, not having any acceleration lane?
Correct. So, and this decision came through traffic operations, which is a different department, but I, as a traffic engineer, I'll try to give you what I believe is the explanation here. When you are choosing a gap for turning right into traffic, and you're coming in from the side, you are looking basically over your shoulder to be able to make that turn. You then judge your gaps, and you basically choose them when you know you have enough room to do that. Acceleration lanes encourage the idea that people basically keep moving. They don't wait for that large enough gap. And then once they're in the acceleration lane, they have to watch for traffic behind them, which is a much more difficult kind of visually. They sometimes lose that, the view of the oncoming vehicles, which can basically allow for sideswipe conditions. And so that is my understanding of why acceleration lanes were removed, to basically encourage drivers to make sure they have sufficient gaps before they go into the right turn lane movement. The one exception is, of course, the few locations around the county where we have keep moving rights, and those do have acceleration lanes because if the right turn movement doesn't stop, if it's supposed to keep moving, then we basically design a longer merge area and allow them to come in from that way.
You'd agree with me that when it comes to interstate highways, that there are almost always significant acceleration lanes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in essence, Cobb County DOT is at variance with our federal standards when it comes to what's safer for folks to enter a roadway where folks are traveling at a fairly high rate of speed?
This is not an interstate, and so that is, I mean, interstates don't have driveways, and so they have a different, they have a ramp situation with a very long acceleration lane to get up to highway speeds. So.
Are you aware of any empirical data to suggest that if folks are traveling at 65 or 70 miles an hour in lanes of traffic such as exist on Ernest Barrett Parkway, even if the stated rate of speed is 45, that it's safer not to have acceleration lanes? Are there any juried articles or anything on that subject?
I am not aware of any specific documentation of that. The thing that most people would want to address at that point is the speeding on the main line, not the right-hand turn off the side street.
I'm sorry, what was,
As far as a safety issue, the people that are breaking the law, they're violating the posted speed limit would be the thing that you primarily would want to address, rather than encouraging the higher speeds by trying to design to it.
my observation as a driver, this is just Joe Public, my observations would be that on our interstates in the metro Atlanta area, when there's not a severe amount of traffic, that the average driving speed exceeds 70 miles an hour, and that certainly at this point on Ernest Barrett Parkway that it well exceeds 60, if not 70. That's just my observation from having traveled both on 75 and on this stretch of Ernest Barrett Parkway on a regular basis. So it sounds like the District 4 Commissioner is going to keep continuing trying to work through some of these issues, and I guess I am too, because that's my single biggest concern, is that we're just going to get people killed without an acceleration lane there, because we do have a very healthy one at Mud Creek that I observed again this morning, and that you just said it exists. And I think Mud Creek was built sometime around 2010, 2012. First time I remember attending a soccer game there was sometime when my youngest son was in high school, so that sounds about right. But I'm just curious why that acceleration lane went away when you have these roads where folks are traveling at a high rate of speed. And I guess I'm still looking for some comfort in terms of empirical data or articles or literature that would suggest to me that's prudent. Thank you.
Any other questions for Amy?
No, I don't have any other questions for Amy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
I think actually at this time I'm ready to make a motion. I'm prepared to offer up a motion recommending approval of the request, subject to the following conditions. I'm going to rely on first staff's recommendations, and also I've drafted a set of stipulations as well, so I'll review all of those. From the staff perspective, District Commissioner to approve final site plan and landscape plan. Density to be no more than 2.75 units per acre. That should yield about 33 units per 12 acres of developable land. No variances described in the zoning, as described in the zoning division comments, fire department comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Other stipulations that I would like considered: rezoning of the subject property shall be from the existing zoning classification residential single-family R20 to the proposed zoning classification of RA5. Subject property consists of a total of 17.75 acres, more or less, and shall be developed for a residential community in a townhome style containing a maximum of 33 townhomes. The proposed townhomes shall be 2 stories in height, traditional craftsman in style and architecture, shall have exterior facades consisting of brick, stone, stack stone, masonry, siding, cedar shake shingles, hardy plank, board and batten, cementatious siding, combinations thereof with complementary accents. No vinyl materials shall be used in the exterior of the proposed townhomes. All garage doors shall be carriage-style garage doors. The unit shall have 2-car garages, no garage areas within the proposed townhome community will be converted to heated living space for the units. Garages will remain available for parking vehicles. Such restrictions shall be included within the declaration of covenants, easements, and restrictions for the proposed community. The proposed townhomes shall have a minimum of 1,800 square feet of heated and cool living space. The applicant will agree to the recording and enforcement of declaration of covenants, easements, restrictions, which shall contain covenants, rules, regulations applicable to the proposed townhome community. Additionally, and in conjunction with the covenants, applicant agrees to the creation of a mandatory homeowners association and shall be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of exterior of the units, including roofs, entrance areas, signage, all common and amenity areas, open space areas, exterior yard areas, general landscape areas, mail kiosk, fencing, and the like contained within the community. All units within the proposed townhome community shall be for sale units. There will be no more than a maximum of 10% of the units being leased at any one time, which restrictions shall be included in the covenants. The entrance signage for the proposed community will be ground-based monument-style signage, so consist of bricks, stone, stacked stone, or combinations thereof with accents consistent with the architecture and style of the residents within the community. The entrance and frontage landscaping shall be professional landscape, implemented and maintained, and shall be substantially similar to the renderings that will be provided by the applicant and incorporated into the overall plan for development. And that is my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second based on the motion?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Dance. Any discussion?
Very briefly, I just want to know for the record, my decided when I took this job that, I would try to help communities come up with compatible adjoining products and such, and my concerns don't speak to that issue principally here, but I also decided somewhere along the way that safety became my overwhelming concern, and the DOT has not alleviated my safety concerns in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement. Any other concerns, comments back for Commissioner Ballard?
Is that something that you would consider, Michael? Adding some request for a study or empirical data or some evaluation as to the safety at that intersection?
I'm open to amending my motion to include an analysis provided by DOT that would articulate
on this issue at all.
Articulate.
No, you're not allowed to. I'm sorry. No, thank you. You can't speak right now. We're in discussion on it. Thank you.
So I am open to amending my motion to request the DOT provide some empirical data related to whether or not an XL diesel lane would contribute to more efficient and safe access to the property.
So it's my understanding there is a decel lane, so this is about an XL lane, correct? But it's also my understanding that that requirement has been removed from the code, right?
Correct.
So we're now questioning existing code, and so I would say any empirical data should have been included when that code was amended or when that was taken out. And is the request to see that? Or are you asking for a new study? Or what would, I'm going to address my concern now to Commissioner Blount. What would you need to see to be more comfortable, I guess, since Amy wasn't able to, I'm sorry, because DOT, you said you don't feel comfortable as it relates to safety at this time.
Yeah, it's hard to say what would satisfy my concern without seeing or reading it, but it would be a function of knowing that there was some data behind that rather than a decision based on anecdotal evidence. That what I heard in response to my questioning was that there was some anecdotal evidence that some wrecks were caused because people didn't do a good job of merging in. And I have no doubt that that's the case. At the same time, given what the line of sight requirements are in the county, I'm not certain that there aren't a greater number of wrecks caused by folks trying to enter a fairly high-speed roadway or a roadway where folks are traveling at a fairly high rate of speed empirically, not by law. And there doesn't really seem to be any data or any science behind the suggestion that one is superior to the other. But it just seems to me, based upon the fact that every highway I've ever gotten on has had an entrance lane, and I consider it more dangerous when the acceleration lane is a short acceleration lane. Yeah, I'm not really asking for an amendment. I'm not really seeking an amendment to the motion. I'm not sure there's an easy answer to that question. I just think I would have thought the easy answer would be to require an acceleration lane, but our county's the one, not the applicant, who's telling me they don't want that. So I'm not sure that there's a convenient way around my concern at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you for that.
Thank you for the inquiry, then, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure whatever we're asking for is very clear, and we're not putting undue burden on the county or the applicant. But I recognize Commissioner Hughes.
That's a fair, no, I was just going to say that's a fair point. So I think at this point, we'll remove what I was going to add to my motion and go back to the original motion, if that makes sense to everybody. Okay.
It makes sense to how it's recorded? Okay. Got it.
Well, I would offer a substitute motion just to add a further requirement that the parties, being the applicant and DOT, further evaluate safety concerns at the intersection and any and all available measures that can be made to make sure that that is addressed.
I'm fine with that.
Yes, I just need you to second it.
Second.
So we have a second on an amended motion. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Yes, sir, Mr. Peters.
Did you want to include all the other stipulations that Mr. Hughes stated in his original motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would. Yes.
Yes.
I took this as an amendment in addition to the original motion.
Well, I thought that was a substitute motion, which is a totally different.
He removed his substitute motion.
Okay.
So that was removed. We never got a second on it.
But did
So-
Deborah
Well,
say
So if
something?
there's any clarification needed, I'm amending it just to add that one provision.
To the original.
And I'm fine with her adding that provision to my original motion.
I'm looking over at the clerks. Is there confusion? We can we won't go through all the stipulations, but we can restate.
Yes, I just didn't give all the stipulations again. I just wanted to make sure that what we're doing is amending Mr. Hughes' motion to add Ms. Dance's
Statement. Yes.
Correct.
That's my understanding.
Okay. That is correct. Is there further discussion on the amended motion? If not, let's call the question. So by a vote of 4 to 1, the motion is approved for approval of Z49. The one vote against being Commissioner Below. Thank you. This time we'll take a 10-minute recess and start back at 54 after. All right, thanks, everyone. Welcome back to our October 4th zoning hearing. I'll turn it to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z56 of 2022. Iacinchetti requests rezoning from R30 to R20 for single-family residences in land lot 321 of the 19th district. The property is located on the west side of West Santana Road, north of Friendship Church Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z56? Iacinchetti? Is there anyone here opposed to Z56? We'll put that one on hold right now, Mr. Chairman, and give him a call, see if he can make it before the end of the hearing today.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Next case is rezoning case Z57 of 2022, Afshin Food Mart Incorporated. Request rezoning from GC to NRC for convenience store fuel sales in land lot 20 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Hicks Road and on the south side of Grindstone Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z57. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
I almost said good afternoon. It's not there yet. Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suff with the law firm of Sams, Larkin & Huff, and I represent the applicant involved in this rezoning application before you this morning. Let me show you a little bit about the subject property. This is a convenience store that is on Hicks Road. It was built in 1971 according to the tax assessor records, and based upon my memory, I do not remember a time when it was not there. And my clients have a long-term lease on the subject property and are improving the property. And that's what triggered this rezoning application before you this morning. The property is zoned general commercial, and it is a general commercial use. It's a convenience store. Unfortunately, the code does not allow general commercial uses outside of a community activity center or regional activity center. So this is a legally existing non-conforming use. So technically, if a tornado came and tore it down, they would come into the county and say, I'd like to rebuild it, and the county would have to say no. So legally, this property needs to be rezoned. It has no permitted uses right now. Its only use is its existing non-conforming use. And I advise my clients that they should have it rezoned to a category that's consistent with the use and consistent with the county's regulations. So it's approximately 1.2 acres. The staff has reviewed this application. It is a quirky situation because it's been there forever, but it is low-density residential. But the staff recognizes the use has been there and recommended approval. I do want to go through some of the conditions that they asked for. We submitted a site plan, and it's also attached to my letter dated September 30th. They requested installing 20-foot landscape buffer along all residentially zoned properties or less where there's existing parking lots. And when I go to the area, you'll see most of the areas where there is less than that, there's parking lots. And there's a privacy fence that runs between us and the adjacent residential property to the south. That has been there for many years. It will be maintained. That property owner is fine with that as a separation. To the rear is existing trees, and those will remain. Installing an 8-foot landscape strip. We have re-landscaped and put in sod along those areas, but most of it is already pavement because this is the right-of-way is very different in this area. The dumpster enclosure, we've agreed to install the dumpster enclosure. The staff also recommends removing the pole sign, which is another part of this application is replacing the pole sign with a more appropriate monument-based sign. And so this gives you the location of the pole sign is on the bottom part of that property where it says vacuum. That's actually the location of the pole sign right there. And we propose to move the pole sign to the between the two driveways that come off Hicks Road and that median that's there between the two driveways. It's landscaped, it's grassed. Most of that is in the right-of-way, so we were going to remove it and stick it as close to in that green area so it doesn't conflict with the circulation around the canopy, and that we replace it with a monument-based sign. So there on the left is the 119 square foot sign. pole sign that is real tall. You can see the privacy fence. The reason why it's so tall is you don't see it because of the privacy fence and because of the angle coming in from Hicks Road from the north, or excuse me, from the south. And so it has to be real tall to be visible. But even with that, it doesn't really do an appropriate job of alerting drivers where to enter and the pricing. So what we propose is the sign on the right-hand side, which is a monument sign that complies with your code. I know there's a question about the digital reader, which is for the price sign only. Your zoning ordinance has very detailed just requirements on the how bright and changing brightness over daylight to night and everything like that. So really, this is a way to display pricing without having to go out and remove the letters that you have on old style stuff that are still lit. So it's just using an LED lighting to change the price rather than a backlit sign that you have and replace the signs that often can look bad over a period of time. So again, it's compliant with your code in terms of the size. It's 48 square feet. The only slight variance there is a setback from the right-of-way, and this gives you an idea too here that this is even the better graphic. It shows the actual location of the monument sign, or the pole sign rather, and you can see the monument sign would be right in the center between those two driveways off Hicks Road. You can see the car right there, so it would be sitting right next to the car. And you can see the right-of-way. The yellow line is the right-of-way, and so it doesn't seem correct, but actually the right-of-way, is way off the actual edge of pavement. It's 20 or 30 feet from the edge of pavement. So the location of the sign makes sense. It needs to be there so drivers can see it as they're coming north and south. And being lined up, going north and south, the lighting will face drivers and won't be impacting adjacent properties. I do want to go back to talk about the landscape strip, and that is one more. You can see here, to the south is a privacy fence, and that property to the south, that property owner is very familiar with our project and is supportive of just remaining the privacy fence. The property to the rear, all those trees will remain as is, and the property to the north of Grindstone, or I can't even read the name right now, they've actually done some clearing, and I want to make this point, and they've cleared between our property and that side road so that when you're on that side road, you can see into the property. And that is part of the safety measures that convenience stores do, so that you don't have places where people aren't easily seen from both the store, but also real important is being able to be seen from the traveling public, because if you can be seen from the traveling public, that means you can't hide. And so that is part of the safety measures, which we've got a safety plan, and we will implement that safety plan. So I want to make sure that you understand that actually, and that's been resodded. It looks really good, but there's no bushes there, and that's very intentional, so that you have that visual view into the side, and it makes customers feel safe, because when they're walking into the store, they know they're seen from Hicks Road, they can be seen from the other side, and vice versa. So it makes it more inviting. And to the north, there's a heavy tree line, so that's not impacting any adjacent properties. And we will, the property owner is planning to, in fact, I've just asked Ms. Diaz, wanted to confirm they've been really wanting to retop the parking lot, so it's brand new paving, and want to make sure that was okay without a permit, and she gave us the go-ahead that as long as there's no other curb lines or any forms or anything like that, they can repave, and so they're going to plan to do that. So again, this is really a cleanup zoning. I've submitted a letter dated September 30th with some revisions stating that the use is for a convenience store only. Additional uses would come back as an OB. There is a question, there's a second floor in there that's just used for storage, but it has been in the past been used for different uses apparently. So wanted to confirm that there's no use proposed for that. Any use of that would come back. Same with the basement area, it's just used for storage, but if any other use came back, it would come back before you, or come back before the board with another business item. The LED sign will be ground-based as we presented in here. The dumpster is currently just sitting out. We were going to build a full dumpster enclosure that's in compliance with you have detailed standards on how dumpsters and enclosures are done. We will meet all those standards. We have a safety plan. We will, in number 8, the sentence kind of ends abruptly. It says the existing trees should be to the rear of the store will remain, is what that should have completed, that completed sentence. The wooden privacy fence creates the separation between the north and the south. The trees that are there and behind the store will remain. And to the north, this also will remain with the exception of that area between our parking and that road. So that, again, that was cleared because it did not look clean and manicured, and it looks better now with the sod there, and it has now visible entranceways. So with that, we ask that you approve this rezoning as your staff recommends, subject to my letter dated September 30th, and I'm here to answer any questions you have. But this is really, quite frankly, just a kind of a cleanup zoning to make it in conformance with county standards.
Okay, thank you. This is in District 1, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Balone to lead our discussion.
District 4.
District 4. We skipped 56, I'm sorry. District 4, once again, it's Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Parks, if I can just add a quick question, if I could get staff to go to his PowerPoint presentation. I have questions for you related to,
for me first.
yeah, for you
Okay.
related to staff's recommendations of approval right now. And just want to be sure I'm clear.
Yeah, you wanted me to pull this up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know you went over all 5 of those. I want to be sure I'm clear on items 2 and 3. What exactly, are you saying that the 20-foot landscape screening buffer along all residential, you're saying that particular one is not required or needed?
Well, I think we meet it, but I just wanted to be clear, because it says install 20-foot landscape strip along all residentially zoned property or less than 20 feet where the existing paving parking is to be accommodated with county arborist to approve final plan. So when we go back and look at the aerial here, you can see to the south that adjacent, the parking comes all the way over to that area. And so really it's already there. And then the rest of it's a privacy fence that goes all the way back. And so, I mean, that buffering is there. We're not going to remove any trees. There's no reason to plant any trees there. Quite frankly, again, having some visual clearness around the building is important, and we meet that buffering with that privacy fence. And that's why I noted that in my stipulation letter, that to the south. To the rear, all those trees will remain in Section 8. I said the trees to the rear, if we could have that, my letter, that sentence completed, it says trees to the rear of the store would remain. To the north, just don't want anything that pop up that says that we should be planting some shrubbery or bushes in a way that hinders the visibility from the side road, because that is an important safety measures for this convenience store.
Okay, all right. If we could go back to that slide, one more, and then install 8-foot landscape enhancement strip on the required Hicks Road side.
Yeah, and this is where, again, we'll plant whatever you want us to plant, but like that island is all right of way, and I've talked to Ms. Diaz. She doesn't want anything planted in that right of way. Pretty much the island between the 2 Hicks Road entrances, it's already there. So I think the staff comment kind of deals with all that. Okay. And landscape strip doesn't have to have bushes. It can just be manicured sodding. And I think that is most appropriate. Again, the corner, you don't want bushes in that front corner at the intersection where there's a little grass area there. Again, it hurts visibility for not only into our store, but the turning movements on there. So it's just Mr. Bouloigne's safety concerns. We don't want anything impacting visibility turning left and right coming out onto Hicks Road. So that, again, I think the staff wants us to make sure it's pretty, but I want to make sure that we all understand that we will do what works within the confines of the existing paving and that respects the safety of drivers and the safety of our customers.
Okay. And if we could advance this to the pole sign and then the new sign. Yeah, that one. Again, just to clarify, the 119 square foot pole sign will be removed.
Correct.
And be replaced by the sign on the right.
Correct.
I want to make sure my calculations are correct. Okay, I think they're, okay, I see what you're saying. 12 feet by 4 feet is 48 square feet, okay.
Yeah. For some reason, actually, my graphic, it says 48 there, but on the engineer drawing, it says 49 for some reason, but I get 48.
Okay. And then if you could just address, I've heard a rumor out in the community that, that the owners wanted to convert this into some sort of a club, a bar area. Is that, does your client have any plans to do that?
I have absolutely no idea how that rumor could get started. My client owns multiple convenience stores in the area. They are rebranding them so that they have consistent branding and updating them with a revised canopy, painted the store. And my condition number 1 was revised to make it very clear the only use under this NRC's convenience store, any additional use would have to come back.
Come back under another business item, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that's all the questions I have for the applicant. I wanted to ask DOT to come up real quick.
Any other questions for the
I'm sorry,
applicant?
any other questions?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, Amy, just real quick, the new location for the sign that they're proposing, it's 1 foot off the right-of-way. I just wanted to, or any concerns that DOT has about the placement of that sign?
Because of the width of the right-of-way in that area that was talked about, it's still a good distance from the pavement, which is what we would be concerned about, would be if it was too close to the edge of traveled way of the pavement, then it could block line of sight, but it's pretty far back.
Okay, all right. That's all question I had for you. I don't know if the other commissioners had any questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Barry? No, thank you. All right, back to you.
All right. With that, then I'm prepared to offer a recommendation approving the Z57 2022, subject to staff's recommendations and conditions, and subject to the zoning stipulation letter provided by the applicant dated September 30th, 2022. And I would also request that we consider placing this on consent agenda. And that is my motion.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? If not, let's call the question. Vote of 5-0, that motion is approved for Z57. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie, did you get in contact with the applicant for Z56? Okay, we'll still hold that one to the end. All right, next case is rezoning case Z61, Green Community Development LLC. Request rezoning from R80, R20 to R15 LLC for a single-family subdivision in land lots, 17, 27, and 28 of the 17th district, and land lots 19 and 999 of the 19th district. Property is located on the north side of Bates Road and on the west side of Hicks Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z61? Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Before I start my time, I'd like to make sure everybody's got this in hand, please. Thank you. And I'll reserve this copy for the file. When I leave, I'll give it to staff. Am I responsible?
It's not going to work because you don't have a PowerPoint form, so you have to go in and out of the phone.
So if I submit something in a PowerPoint, then I use this?
Yes.
Okay.
So all the different files that you have,
Yeah.
you would incorporate them into a PowerPoint or any presentation form. Then you'll be able to answer to it.
Okay, good. That'd be helpful. We get a little note like that. Preferred. Still, good morning. I am very excited to be able to be before you today and appreciate very much your responsibility and your experience. I want to open with just a boilerplate real quick that for
Mr.
legal
Chairman, could you
statement.
ask the name for the record, please?
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, state your name for the record and clock. Name for the record. Thank you.
my name is Christopher M. Hunt Sr., founder and CEO of Green Community Development for Serenity Sustainable Developments. Okay. And just the boilerplate real quick, saying it fast, I've got to refer to the constitutional rights that were mentioned in my application. And also, I would like to have my continued concerns and opposition to only allow 10 minutes without any rebuttal time, and appreciate y'all reconsidering that, since this is a semi-judicial hearing, that everybody's allowed to have a rebuttal time if I can even save my 10 minutes. With that aside, because I do like to help y'all make the wisest decision. I hear y'all really make good questions, you have good input, and similarly, we're aligned with Green Community Development, where we prioritize people and the environment. So I really appreciate all the comments that I'm hearing. That being said, I still believe, Cobb to be one of the best counties in Georgia, and love working with you here to better Cobb in a wise, sustainable development and construction. As an Atlanta native, less than 10 years old, I remember driving down Peachtree and seeing the population sign, wondering at Peachtree in '85 if it'd ever get over 1 million, and now here we are at 6 million. So you all have an awesome responsibility, and I appreciate the way y'all are going to help us grow in a wise, sustainable manner. So the history of this property, it's been a dump. It's been cited several times. The homeowner, who's an elderly woman, has actually had to figure out ways to counter the pollution that goes into the stream. It's an eyesore. It's a raceway. It's very little traffic on this road, but it is a raceway, and it needs to be addressed. The property proposed for Z6122 Bates is a perfect sustainable development that has, and impossible as it may seem, will actually have a net negative carbon footprint and improved water runoff after Serenity Bates is completed. That's like saying, before you could ever see anything fly, the Wright brothers would say, we're going to get this locomotive-like thing to fly. Okay, the math works by forensic engineers. This complies with the 2040 comprehensive plan, being near to the east-west connector, next to Hicks, and nothing being adjoining it except compatible. Exhibit 1 is the email of support from neighbors, and we have another supporting representative who will be speaking for this, and I will reserve 2 minutes of time. Now, is that 10 minutes total for?
It's 10 minutes total. So, yep.
Okay, well, if you want to come up and just say something real quick about the support, because I've only allowed 10 minutes. Pardon me? Yeah, just come on up real quick and just say, we support it, your position, and we support it. And we worked as a team in an amazing way. It was very cooperative, and I've given my word that everything's going to be in writing. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Webb. I live in Concord Station subdivision, which backs up to the Bates 900 Road project. We've met with Mr. Hunt last week, and we're in approval of what his plans are. It would have the greatest impact on our property. And he's assured us he'll stay, keep a good buffer, keep the trees as much as he can. And we're in approval for it, from R80 to R15 OSC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if we'll go to Exhibit 1, please. I actually have worked with the YMCA, and if you look at this property, what you can see is that soccer field, since the sewers have already gone in there and clear cut everything, would be a natural use, but that would clear all the trees. There'd be a lot of noise, a lot of traffic. If we can go to Exhibit 2, please. That is R15, which is just straight up. Once again, we could clear all the way back into wherever the floodplain will be, and we can do a lot of work with the soil and work everything out. So the OSC is supposed to be a zoning category that is to encourage wise, sustainable development. And right now, per staff, that I never mentioned names, has actually said people really don't use it because it's punitive, actually, because of the way it's being implemented. And I hope that we can remedy that in the future with some wise, sustainable people, and I'm willing to give money for people to get continuing education and lead, et cetera. Okay, Exhibit 3. Now, the federal, this is very important on the legal, oh, I'm sorry, 3A. I mean, where are we, 3? Oh, you went too far. That's right. Let's go back 1, 3. I've got to keep rolling here. Okay, so 3. Now, the federal government shows exactly how this is supposed to be done. This is wise federal government development. And just like the same people who made Cobb let black kids go to school with whites, I'm a person who will get MLK on Stone Mountain, 3A. So similarly, I'm kind of crashing barriers here in a sustainable manner because I see the future, and we cannot, like the LORAC says, we can't keep cutting down trees. It's foolishness that land development and construction are the largest contributor to global climate change CO2, and I've got a remedy of that, and it's serious. I've got patents on the homes, and I'm doing with Serenity, I'm creating solutions that you'll see that are actually superior to code, so we're in conflict. It's like asking an airplane to stop at a 4-way stop. Okay, let's go back to 3. So in 3, it's what we have is the wise sustainable development, even Georgia mandate. Now we go to 4. So what we have is 4 and 3 are both showing what Cobb is supposed to be doing. They're all in agreement. You're not supposed to be doing. Now, I've got to read this really fast for taking, like one of the radio ads. Why not simply tell people they can't build on the floodplain? If we did, we wouldn't have to worry about new buildings just getting flooded. The regulations would simply administer, just say no, which is what Cobb is regrettably doing right now without wise alternatives. While this regulatory standard appears desirable as one fatal legal problem, it could be taking. The Fifth Amendment of the Constitution states, nor shall property be taken for the public use without compensation, which is why staff is recommending denial, solely because, hey, somebody took this private person's property and designated it to public and recreation use without any, I mean, how can anybody do that on a private property? And then they turn around and do the same thing for the floodplain, contrary to federal and state regulations. The Constitution contains this provision because England, the king, could take property and use it for his own purpose, such as quartering troops. The term taking has come to mean an action by the government agent that relieves a person of his property right. Courts have ruled that taking can also occur when the government acts a law, standard, or regulation that limits the use of the land with the extent of the owner has deprived all of his economic and interest use of the property. Thus, the government has taken the property under a legal provision known as inverse condemnation. In cases which a court has found that taking the government money has been required of compensation. If we were to extrapolate this throughout Cobb, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. We've got to stop this. We need to have sustainable development. Keep the trees. I've seen developments in here, they're going to clear cut and moonscape everything. And yet I voluntarily don't do that, okay? I'm trying to pay more money because I believe the aesthetic values and the environmental and the sustainable, having grown up lifetime development and construction, $750 million family business. We did all of Six Flags industrial park areas, Six Flags Park, everything like that. I love Cobb County and often brag on it. And yet here we are with something where we got to upgrade. We got to do this. You're worried about traffic. We need to worry about our next generation of kids and how we can do wise, sustainable development while protecting the constitutional rights. So Serenity Bates, all the trees. Okay, let's look at Exhibit 5, please. Introducing the future is tough in 10 minutes. Okay, so look at all this green space. And we have the additional community green space, which is just as restrictive. And the only reason why I don't include it in the OSC is because of a code that says if you put OSC in a lot, then you don't get the credit for that. And I'm like, okay, how can I make this a sustainable development? We're only 10 feet off the property line, and they, as one of the conditions of the zoning, will be to have to choose their arborist, which say which trees will need to be taken out because of roots and things like that. We want to save the trees. And people say, well, they're not going to have a backyard. Well, our people have a living rooftop deck.
You got 1 minute.
What? Okay, and now let's do Exhibit 5A. And I would really appreciate it, since we only have one person whose objection, and she could have reached me beforehand, we could have probably solved it, if there's some time left over to let me talk some more, since we're allowed 20 minutes total. Okay, if you look at the water detention, this is actually proven better to having a big pit off to the side someplace that trees grow up. It's an ugly eyesore. It cuts out trees. This is engineered, forensic engineer proven to where it's 200% of what code requires. Okay, now let's go to Exhibit 6, sir. Okay, so what we have here is a Craftsman model. Now let's go to Exhibit 7. We're going to have to click fast. That's contemporary. They're all going to be the same floor plan. Let's go to Exhibits 8 through 10. See, we've got window walls on the back side. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, time has expired.
We're at time. Thank you. And so we will turn this over to, once again, Commissioner Hughes. Oh, there's one objection. Sorry. We'll hear from our objection. They also have 10 minutes. So
And in your grace and wisdom, if there is...
you have to stop. You have to stop talking because we're on the record. So,
okay.
yep, we'll call you back up for a question.
Thank you, sir.
We can hear from our opposition.
Hi, my name is Susan Carvel, and I live in the subdivision behind where this gentleman wants to build. We are a 17-house subdivision that has been there since I moved there in 1994. So I think it's been there for about 10 years before I lived there. And his wanting to build, to me, is non-conforming to the existing area and the neighborhood. There are single-family homes all over that area. Bates Road really is a road where accidents are always waiting to happen. Let's talk about safety. It is a 2-lane road. We have 17 houses where people are trying, we're the only subdivision, and a few houses on Bates Road. We're trying to come out of our subdivision. We have people coming from Floyd Road and Hicks Road, use that as a cut through, thinking they're, instead of going Floyd Road all the way into Mableton, they're gonna go up Bates Road, make that left by the Silver Comet Trail. 2 deaths have occurred there because of that. And having more people living in that area is only going to make that situation worse. Many times we're leaving our neighborhood. There are cars waiting to turn left. We know we can't turn left. There's no traffic light there. The traffic light is there for the Silver Comet Trail, not for the cars that are trying to get onto the main road. We have to turn right to be able to even get out of our neighborhood. And if there's 3, 4 cars coming up Bates, speeding up Bates, then we're stuck waiting to even, I mean, we could spend 15 minutes while 3 cars in front of us are waiting to turn left. It's a horrible traffic jam. Same thing on Hicks Road. Again, 2 people have been killed in car accidents there because of the way the road is. And to add more people, more cars, is not in the best interest of our area. And I speak just for me, for my husband. A neighbor was here, she couldn't stay, she had to go to work. There is more opposition, people just can't get here. And talking about not cutting down trees, that's great. We're also displacing the foxes and the deer who have made their homes and their ecosystems in that area. I have dogs. I don't particularly like seeing a fox, and it's 5 babies walking in front of my house because my concern is for my dogs. but they have a right to live there too, and my dogs are in a fenced-in yard. So I hope you'll take very serious what my comments are. There's the same feelings of other people in those 17 houses that could not be here today. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll turn it to Commissioner Hughes in District 4 to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. Thank you to the applicant, and thank you to the opposition for sharing your perspective as well. This is a challenging piece of property. Had a chance to go by and look at it. It's got some topography and certainly floodplain that make it extremely challenging. I know from just reviewing staff's analysis that I guess this property was zoned just for a single-family home back in 1992, Z98, and I suspect that's probably because of the challenging topography that's associated with it. John, could you just share briefly staff's recommendation for this and how y'all arrived at your recommendation?
Sure. Commissioner Hughes, the staff did recommend this application be denied. There are a lot of problems with the application itself. Number one, they're asking for 11 variances from the code, which is kind of a lot for us to support. And the types of variances that are being asked for suggest to us that there's just too much being put on this property. For instance, the R15 OSC code says the maximum density is 2.1 units per acre, and this one is over that with 2.28 units per acre. So it exceeds the density, which is one of the more important things. Another important thing is the OSC code requires all slopes more than 25% to be included in the open space. And lots along Bates Road, lots 5, 6, 10, 11 have the 25% slopes, and it's not included in the open space. And there's just a number of variances in here. Additionally, it's not called out on the site plan, but part of the open space on this proposal is the detention pond for Concord Station. And that was established probably back in the 80s. And they're not, we normally don't allow detention ponds to be included in the open space. So they are asking for a variance on that acreage. And you are correct, this property was rezoned in 1992 from R15 to R80 for one single family house. And this, one thing to keep in mind, it was zoned from R15 to R80. This was part of Concord Station at one point in time. That's why it was zoned R15. And the same lady who zoned it in 1992 is still the property owner today. So she zoned for one house and it's still one house on it.
All right. Any questions commissioners have of staff? Okay. If I could ask Carl Carver to come up.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Hey, Carl. I've gone through Stormwater Management's recommendations and in particular noted some special conditions that you highlighted on there.
And you're referring to the ones that were revised September 9th, right? Correct.
I believe so.
Okay.
There are 6 of them, special conditions, starting with
Yes.
zoning requires, okay. The OZ zoning requires that steep portions of the site and floodplain are to be located within the open space area. The current layout indicates steep areas are within lots along Bates Road, which is problematic in terms of complying with our code requirements.
Correct.
The last item you have on here, in particular number 6, each proposed lot within the development will need to have 12,500 square feet outside the floodplain, and then 18 feet minimum above the floodplain?
18 inches.
18 inches above floodplain.
Yes, that's in our code.
That is in your code?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Y'all have any other questions of Carl while he's here?
Other questions from Carl? No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm prepared to offer a motion unless there's any other discussion from the commissioners. At this point in time, I'm prepared to offer a motion recommending denial of the application. I agree with staff. The number of variances, 11 variances that are needed to try to accommodate this, suggests to me that it's too much trying to be accommodated on this piece of property. And so with that,
Sir, you can't shut out in the proceedings.
so with that, I recommend denial of the application, and that is my motion.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Is there any discussion? If If not, let's call the question. The vote of 5-0 for denial of Z61. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z62. Omer Sabrian requests a rezoning from NRC to CRC for an automotive paint, body, repair shop, and service facility in land lots 780 and 781 of the 19th District. Property is located on the north side of Mimosa Drive, west of Austell Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z62? Let the record show there's 5 people here opposed to rezoning case Z62. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we're filing for a rezoning.
If you could just state your name for the record
Oh,
and get started. Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
My name is William Perry. Represent a company called Bill Permits. We're filing for rezoning for do apologize. For Anthony Noman. He has a auto body shop and also a mechanic shop as well that is being proposed at the location of Mimosa Drive. Excuse me, what that would be Mimosa. That is on Mimosa. Currently, if we can pull up, here we go. So we have the site location, which is located on the north of Mimosa Drive. We're going to currently keep the foliage, which is also landscaping, the current trees. We're not removing the majority of those trees. Actually, we're keeping those. And do we have the site plan? Any chance? And we're going to, we're proposing rezoning from NRC to CRC for this location. Currently, right now, the acre is about 1.585 acres. We'll have 2 buildings. Those buildings will be steel buildings. We also have an access off of Mimosa, which will be 21 feet wide. That will include and also cover the emergency equipment that needs to come through as well. And it seems we have that. Okay. All right. Do we have the current one, the most recent?
You submitted the one?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Okay. And also, for fire safety, we're also within 500 feet of the nearest hydrant. The buildings are also 2,800 square feet for each. And we'll also have the city dumpster will be located as well. We have also the imperviouses, which is at 33%. We have the maximum of 28 parking spaces for this location as well. But as you can well see, that we have plenty of trees that are buffering not only for the neighborhood side or the residential side, but also there's a daycare that's located, which we're going to put a privacy fence, and that's located on the east entryway of that property. There's also a 30, excuse me, I do apologize. There's also a 38-foot buffer, which is also on the west side and also on the north side of the property. Any questions?
Yeah, we'll get to questions when we get to our portion. You still have some minutes on your presentation part, so if you have anything else you want to share, it's completely up to you.
Okay. For the most part, landscaping, once again, it will be with the trees buffer, there's green space. Once again, maximum parking is 28, and then, of course, it's also it's a 2B construction. The proposed tenant, he does operate a facility now, which is directly across the street. They're proposing to obviously occupy this land and also build these structures as well. And the structure will be aesthetically, to the degree of, would also be considered within conjunction and within zoning requirements. And then we have, there's also another location that was adjacent to them, which is called T-Rex Garage. They're also an auto body shop. They're also located at 1400 Minosa as well, and they're also zoned CRC. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you can have a seat. We'll now hear from the opposition. The opposition has a total of 10 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Scott Frank. I live at 1373 Amy Lane, which is west of this property. We currently have runoff issues from the T-Rex garage that has 2 detention ponds on it right now. There is water coming down the east side of my house and the west side of my house, between the house, which is 1375. It states on your guys' notes that the drainage from this property will go through our property and through our neighbor's property at 1375. It's hard to see the house here. The proposed plan has 2 Morton buildings that will be directly outside of our side windows. T-Rex is to the rear of our property. If you would like to someday drive by this area, I consider it right now a junkyard where T-Rex is. There are boats parked in the street. This place is entirely overpopulated with cars. And I feel if you allow this property to build a 200-foot driveway down into there and put another 29 spaces, and who knows how many vehicles they will park there, I just don't feel that it's right for this area. I know that's my personal beliefs. They got a 35-foot buffer zone that will put those buildings roughly 70 feet from our backyard, back of our house. I know they want to put privacy fence on the other side. I feel that I should be involved in this process somewhat because there has to be a privacy fence on the west side too, because a green buffer zone of trees just won't do it in the wintertime. And then I have some other people from Amy Lane here also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me talk. My name is Margaret Bice. I live on Amy Lane, across from Scott. And my concern is that there appears to be no planning whatsoever involved in any of this proposed presentation. We have no site planning, we have no environmental impact, not to mention the property values of our homes on Amy Lane that are going to take a dive when this happens. And I know my husband and I did not purchase our home 25 years ago to have to worry about an auto body shop just a few hundred feet or 1,000 feet away from our property. There are auto shops all up and down Amy Lane. There's all kind of stuff on Amy Lane. I keep hoping and praying that there would be some kind of planning for our area that would elevate the area instead of bringing it down. If this happens, this encroachment into property this close to our homes, literally right next door to one of them. But as he said, there's runoff. That kind of runoff is like gasoline, oil. It destroys vegetation. He can't have a garden in his yard. He can't have his kids go out or his grandkids go out and play in the backyard because there, who knows who coming in. Talk about safety. There's no safety for this area, for our neighborhood. And this, to me, is just appalling that it would even be considered. So thank you. I appreciate your attention and hope to be heard.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Hunt, and I'm speaking in opposition based on the technicalities that I think can be remedied by the complaints of the buildings being an eyesore. They can be painted, the buffers exceed the code, but there can be chemical treatments, there can be water harvesting, and there can be ample detention. About the chemicals, that is a very serious concern that I think needs to be evaluated and to see if there's alternative economically viable alternatives instead of bringing chemicals into that area if it is a water runoff, but there are good treatment facilities available. Also on the technicality of sometimes staff makes recommendations. Someone will get that recommendation, make adjustments, yet in the hearing here they come out and they say things that are no longer even relevant. Like in a preceding case, there was an example, there was 11 variances supposedly when there's none, except for 2 or 3. And those were proven to be super, but you take it as a staff comment. And so this person who may have made adjustments and anybody else who makes adjustments, they still get slandered and it misrepresents, and you guys cannot make the wisest decisions. And so my opposition to this is based on giving the owners the opportunity to reevaluate, accommodate the income, make adjustments that staff will approve and alter their recommendation based along the system. Sometimes you only get these staff recommendations a week in advance. You make the adjustments, but they don't, as a policy, reflect those changes. So there needs to be some type of policy to where the staff can alter their recommendations based on pivoting when you get the official things posted. So the opposition is only one that I think these issues can be solved with the right negotiations and the proper procedures in Cobb County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further opposition? Okay. If not, we'll close discussion and turn it over to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion on this case.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could have the applicant come back up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I just want to make sure I understand who you represent. I was trying to listen, but make sure I understand. So I understand your name is William Perry. You represent admin building permits, is that?
Right, well, we're build permits.
Build permits.
Build permits LLC, but the client that we have
Is Elmer Suburania?
no, sir.
Who's your
That's
client?
actually just, yeah, the application was updated. It's Anthony Noman.
Okay. All right, he's the title holder.
That's correct.
Who's Elmer Suburanian?
I think that was just there was a misunderstanding in reference to property tax information, so that was already corrected.
Okay.
That's when our research, so we corrected that.
Okay. And so your role here is just to get this through the rezoning process. Will you be involved in the day-to-day business at all?
No, no, sir. Not with the business itself, not with the functionality of the auto body shop, no.
So just getting through the permitting process,
Right,
the
that's
rezoning
correct.
and permitting process and so forth?
Right.
Okay. That's all I wanted to confirm, make sure I understood that. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Any other questions for the applicant?
No. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know staff has recommended approval of this request with some conditions. However, I have some concerns about this type of use, what appears to be encroaching into a residential area, in my opinion, and with a pretty intense use. Automotive paint, body repair, service facilities, so close to single-family homes, as well as a daycare facility on the other side. I don't know if there is a connection between this proposal and then the business that's along Mimosa Drive or not, but just based on some comments from the community, they appear not to be a great neighbor at this point in time. Just based on my gut and just some of the concerns I have with the type of operating characteristics I've seen in automotive and these types of business, I'm not sure this is a good fit for this particular area. So with that, I'm recommending denial of the request, and that is my motion.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. Commissioner Hughes?
I'm sorry.
That's a vote of 5-0. Recommended denial of Z62. Thank you. With that, we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll resume cases at 1 p.m. Well, welcome back to the October 4th zoning hearing, and I'll turn it to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Okay, next case is LUP 17, David Lao, request a temporary land use permit for outdoor storage of stone slabs and metal frames in land lot 1207 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Harris Drive, north of Hazelwood Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 17? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Dora Liu. I'm the representative for David Liu in this case. Yeah, this picture shows, I took this picture this morning. This is 25 Harris Drive. It is in the GC district. We have read the staff comments on the case, and we do understand that outside storage is not in the keep with the requirements of the GC district. We want to comply and remove all the granite slabs and the metal frames from the premise. We are here just to ask respectfully that you grant us the temporary land use permit with the emphasis on the temporary. The reason is that the granite slab is so heavy, extremely heavy and difficult to move, and that we want to find a permanent place that for these granite slabs, which are affordable to us, because right now it's quite difficult to find. We were forced to close our granite slab business during the COVID-19 and have to move the granite slabs in a very short period of time in order to avoid the physical eviction. So ever since we have been trying to liquidate the slabs to another business, because the granite slabs is not a final product, so we cannot do the liquidation to the end user. So we try to find other business who can take on all this inventory. Even if we want to throw them away, there's nowhere to dispose it. So, but so far, we have not been successful. And as of now, we are determined to find a proper place, a warehouse to move these slabs. But this will take time. That's why we are asking for 24 months for the temporary land use permit. Regarding the staff analysis, the first concern is the safety, health, welfare, and the moral issues. We don't have, like I said, we closed our business, so we are not running a business on site, and we only store the granite slabs behind the fence backyard. There's no traffic of customers, and there's no noises. And I have been listening to all these hearings, and with the granite, it's not flammable, like inflammable. So it's not a fire hazard, and there's no runoff issues because it's stone. And also with the fence in place, if you can see the picture, can we show the second one too? The second one. Yeah, with the fence and from the traveling public on the road, no one really can see the slabs behind. So it's, we feel that in my personal opinion, I don't think it poses any safety or health issues to the public. And for the number 9 concern is about the effects on the property value of the subject property. As in my argue before, all the granite slab are not visible from the traveling public as we keep the front yard maintained, and our property probably have a nicer curb appeal to than most of the other property in the neighborhood. The number 10 concern is the labor's complaints. The labor on the right at 27 Harris Drive has been a long resident of the neighborhood. We understand he filed the complaints like during when we move in the slabs. I think it does cause some kind of disturbance to her. But ever since we moved in, she has not, Leslie Hadlot, who is the labor, she had not brought up any complaints with us. So in conclusion, we definitely want to comply. We are determined to remove the granite slab from the premise. We are just here to request to have some time to find another place to move. And thank you very much for your time. And I sincerely hope you can help us during this hardship. It's really unexpected because of the COVID and because of the business. It's very difficult to dispose the granite slab. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion for District 3.
Okay. If I could just get you.
Sorry. I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, that's all right. The crowd's died down, so you're good. You're good right. It's not a business, right?
It's not, it used to be, we used to be in that business, but now we are not.
And you were at that business at a different location?
In Fulton County, close to Fulton Industrial Area.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so who moved the stone to your current place?
We find some trucker to move it because we were under such a time pressure to move it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And your neighbor that you talked about, have you been in communication with that neighbor?
Yes, I have that, yeah.
And how is that communication going?
She is a very nice lady. She gave me flowers and she talks to me, but I think she was not happy when we moved in the slabs because she has been there for a long time. She takes care of her yards and she doesn't like the noise like when we were moving. But afterwards, and she has not talked anything about it.
Okay. And so I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. That's good right now.
Okay.
Let me ask you a couple other questions.
Uh-huh.
So what efforts have you made to try to find a buyer for the
we are trying to find, I think it's mistake on my part. I thought the GC, general commercial, is commercial, anything goes. But now I realize GC is the lightest in the, we are looking for the industrial place, like a warehouse place where we can move. We can probably find some warehouse to rent, but because it's so heavy to move in, if we rent it, it will be another time down the line we have to move it again. So we are trying to find some place where we can buy and just have that store until somebody buys that inventory out. It's a nice stuff. It's a granite slab for the countertop, but right now it's everybody wants something else, not the granite. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what have you done trying to contact? Was it like potential purchasers that you would?
Can you say that again?
Is there like a business that would purchase? ordinarily purchase your inventory, or what?
Ideally, if we can sell that to another business like ours before, we used to be in the distribution business. We sell to the fabricators. And but because of COVID, a lot of the business is also shrinking, or if they didn't go out of business. So that will be the ideal situation if we can sell to another business. We are still looking, but I think a more realistic approach is find some place like far away or something to find like which comply to the thing, and just store there until somebody with the inflation going so high, this probably become valuable. I don't know. Yeah.
So, but the house is used as a residence, right?
The house is, initially we bought that potentially as a rental for the residential, but it could potentially, we can rent it out as a general commercial too. So we kind of keep that option open because we have to move the slabs there, so we cannot do anything at the front. So that house right now is kind of vacant there.
It's vacant, okay. Did you have some questions?
Anybody else have questions?
Some questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, you knew it was going to swing around to you, didn't you? Well, what are the options that the board has with respect to this?
There's a couple different options. You know, the board can reject it or they can approve it. And if they approve it, you know, the board can approve it for a time certain. You know, they're asking for 24 months, and she has cleaned up the property a lot since we started working on this.
She what?
She has cleaned up the property a lot.
Okay.
And just be aware, we've been working on this since January 2021.
Okay.
So it's been over a year and a half right now.
Okay.
So if the PC wants to recommend to give her 12 months or 18 months, that would be fine with me. Just make sure she's gone by then. You know, that should be plenty of time to get rid of the slabs.
Okay. And that would be, okay.
And seeing how there's no opposition here, I think that helps her out a little bit.
Okay. So if it were for a time certain, and she was not able to move it during that time certain, could she come back before this board?
Yes.
Okay.
Like the car case.
Yeah. Mhm. Right. Because that one we could involve Jeannie in that.
Sounds good.
So, okay. All right. Anybody have any questions for anybody else? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion, and I'd like to move to grant you a temporary permit for 12 months, and with conditions, though, that you need to give a report to your department.
Sure, to the zoning department.
You give a report to the zoning department every 3 months as to your progress, and they will provide the information to us and participate in documenting your progress. I'm making a motion, so what part of my motion would be that you have to provide a report of your activity and your contacts that you've attempted to reach during that time period, and what your success is and what your timetable is going forward. So is that something you're able to do? Yes. Okay.
We'll try our best to do it.
Okay, so every 3 months, with the granted proviso for a year, and hopefully it doesn't take you 12 months. So just to clarify for you, the motion is to grant the temporary permit for a 12-month period of time to allow the property owner time to move these slabs and with the proviso that the property owner would provide to the zoning department every 90 days or every 3 months, a report of activities and progress and a timetable of when you plan to have it moved.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. You want to add that? Add it to consent agenda?
Yes, if we can amend it to add the matter for consent.
And add it to consent agenda? Yeah. The second still stands. Okay. Second by Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Call the question. It's a vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of LUP 17. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next case, rezoning case Z56 of 2022. Isan Chetty requests a rezoning from R30 to R20 for single-family residences in land lot 321 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of West Sandtown Road, north of Friendship Church Road. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z56? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can start.
My name is Roel Chetty. I'm with my dad, Isan Chetty. He's slightly hard of hearing, so I'm helping him.
So we use this time, before we ask you any questions, we let you have 10 minutes to describe what you're trying to do, present your case, and then we'll ask questions.
For sure. So the property located at 1534 West Sandtown, we're looking to just build two single-family houses on it, one for myself, one for my dad, eventually. Right now at R30, there's not enough, I think we'd only be able to fit one house on that property. So the intent is just to be able to put two houses on the property so that we could be neighbors. That's the extent of it. Sorry.
Mike wasn't on. Anything else you want to share? Again, you don't have to use the whole 10 minutes, but this is your time to talk to us, and then we'll ask you questions.
For sure. I don't think there's any. There's no like major. We've reached out to the neighbors. We haven't had any negative reactions so far in terms of what the intent of it. We've done the mailing. We've had a couple conversations with our neighbors, and so far they seem excited about it. And again, there's going to be no major development on it, just two single-family houses. And I think the vacant lot next to us is owned by a friend of my dad's. So, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
You're done? Just hold tight, and I'm going to turn this over to District 1 Commissioner Ballon to lead our discussion on this. And I'm sure he has some questions for you.
Thank you, yes. If you could just wait there, but let me let me start with the county first. Planning and zoning. It's my understanding that this property split was accomplished this calendar year. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
It's my understanding there was a prior split of the same property within the past 12 months. Is that true?
That I cannot answer that. Jeannie, would you know?
There was discussion about it at the work session, but it wasn't knowledge that I held. I believe there was some memory on other staff.
Well, let's ask the applicant. Okay.
Jeannie Payton, Zoning Division. There was some discussion about that at the work session from other staff members who had reviewed the case and remembered. It is not knowledge that I held personally.
Okay. Let me go ahead and ask the applicant then. Was there a previous lot split plan presented by you prior to this one?
So 1530 West Soundtown was owned by by Donald Mears, that's my dad's friend, and he split the lot from he was going to take a portion and build his house, and then the intent was that we were going to build the next one. Yeah.
So this lot 56 was split away from
1530.
You're using street address numbers?
Street address, yes.
So is it showing up here as 321?
Yes, that's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Parcel 19-321?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. All right. And now I can go back to the county. It was my understanding when I read through this that no further splitting of this lot could be allowed or platted until February of 2023.
And that question, Commissioner Boyd, I don't have any information or knowledge about that requirement. I'm looking here through the county comments. It looks like it was in the stormwater comments regarding the splitting of the lot.
Okay. Well,
So maybe Carl can come up here and shine some light on this issue.
That'd be great.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Okay, we're looking for the light. Now we're.
I don't know the exact date, but the tract that they have that they're wanting to split was split from the original property. The original overall tract was 2.9 acres. A roughly 1 acre lot was split off, which kept it into the R30 zoning category.
Okay.
So that's the lot that they own is zoned R30.
Okay.
And so that was a split. When you split a single tract into two pieces, it's just considered a lot split. If you split it into three pieces, that kicks in the subdivision ordinance. And so now with this further splitting of the 1 acre tract into two R20 half acre tracts, we've got 3 lots with no stormwater.
Okay. And had they tried to develop this in one sitting as 3 separate lots, they would have had to go through stormwater
Correct.
requirements? Okay. And so the policy is not to allow multiple lot splits in a 12-month period, in essence?
I don't know about the 12-month period, but what I saw was it was a way of getting around the subdivision ordinance.
Okay. And you made a comment at the work session about some number of sewer taps?
I think there's sewer taps, and I'm not in the sewer department, but I think the sewer was brought to the 1 acre tract from the subdivision in the north.
Okay.
And there's possibly sewer taps. There should have been at least 2 sewer taps. I don't know if there's any more. Yeah, you can see where the easement through the parent tract. And the original easement only went to that top property line. So they're extending it across their split to the second property.
Goodness. So hopefully no portion of any foundation or anything will be over the sewer easement. Do you know anything about that? Have you met with them about that?
No. And I do know that Water and Sewer Department have offsets from the easement. So at this point, they haven't submitted it to house plans, but there may be an offset from the easement line.
Right. Right. And there would have to be an easement, express easement created, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else for the good of the order or at this point?
My stipulations, is if the board chooses to approve this rezoning case, then that each one of these lots needs to provide stormwater management on site owned by the property owners. And that if the parent tract is developed into more than one, right now it's one tract, but if it's subdivided subsequently, then there's going to be additional stormwater requirements required. I did receive one phone call from an adjacent property to the west of this property.
Okay, what was the nature of that call?
Concerned about erosion and some runoff, and I think they cleared the parent tract.
So you think the entire parent tract has already been cleared?
I don't know. I didn't go to the site, but just looking at the aerial a while ago, it looks like it's not treed or anything.
Mr. Chair, those are all the questions I had for Carl.
Anybody else have questions for Carl? No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we can get back to the applicant. So first, is it true that you've cleared the entire tract, tract already, and the initial parcel from which it came?
Yes, we cleared the track.
Okay.
And then we got a permit to put a silt fence around it, and then we threw grass seeds on the property. And now it's fully grown. It's a little bushy though.
Okay. So how many houses are you planning to build total out there?
Just two houses, one for my son and I. And I think
Can you show us approximately where the locations would be?
yeah, so I believe the intent is to move it as far to the road as possible.
As close to the road as possible, as close to West Sandtown?
West Sandtown, yes.
And then you would have access driveways back out onto West Sandtown then, correct?
Yes, and I believe the intent was to share a driveway between the two lots. That was, I think, in guidance from, I think, like the road department.
Do you have a proposed plan for this at this point?
Not yet. It's very theoretical.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Or, Mr. Chair, I'll pass the applicant if anyone else would like to question.
Any other questions for the applicant? No. Back to you.
All right. At this point, I'm prepared to make a motion then. You folks can have a seat. My motion will just be to hold this for 30 days so I can get a better handle on this issue that I haven't had to address yet, which is whether or not it's appropriate to allow this in light of a possible circumnavigation of our stormwater requirements.
Second. We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Is there a discussion? No, I'll call the question. A vote of 5-0. We're going to hold Z56 for 30 days. Thank you.
Okay, item last is LUP 18, Renata Borges McDonald requests a temporary land use permit to allow occupancy of an accessory structure in land lot 256 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Wesley Chapel Road, north of River Ridge Drive. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 18? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jacqueline Teo. I am the current title holder of the property at 4015 Wesley Chapel Road. My husband and I purchased this property back in 2015 when we were thinking about starting a family. At that time, the property was 4.4 acres, and it had a main house, and it also had what used to be a barn that was converted into an apartment. So there was a tenant actually living in that building when we were looking to purchase. When we ultimately purchased this property, We were receiving a power bill for 2 meters, and we contacted Cobb EMC and asked if we could turn off the second meter because we were not using the barn apartment. We had asked the tenant to leave because we wanted to use all of the land for our own purposes, our own family use. Now it's been, many years since then. We had always thought of remodeling the barn apartment, which already had a kitchen, a bathroom, power. We just wanted to make it, up to 2022 standards. And so we started that process and ultimately hired DeCasa Designs to work on the remodel. And they were able to get permits to do the remodeling and pass 2 inspections. And on the 3rd inspection, my understanding is that when it came to passing the electrical, there was an issue with the fact that we had 2 power meters. And when we contacted Cobb EMC to turn it back on, we were informed we had to contact zoning because there is a ordinance in place that did not allow the second meter. And so that's why we're here, to seek approval for, I understand we need to have a land use permit for that to be a dwelling unit. The structure that is actually the barn apartment is at the very bottom corner, labeled 1 frame story. This is a survey back in 2015 when we purchased the property. I actually have a copy of the 1999 survey from the seller we purchased from that shows that structure has always been there, and I can put that on the Elmo if you want to see it. So I'll do that real quick. So this survey shows that in the sort of 1 acre part of the 4.4 acres, that 1 frame structure had always been there and never received any complaints from our neighbors. We're not planning to move the structure, change the structure, install anything new. All we're doing is wanting to bring that building up to code. And we're actually on a very tall hill, so no one can actually see this building from the road. And like I said, as you can see on the survey, there are 2 fences, one on our end, one on our neighbor's end. And in terms of why we are looking to remodel now, we have been able to start a family, and we have family out of town that would like to use the extra space there to stay when they come visit. Also, during the pandemic, I think a lot of people started doing more remote work, and it would be nice to have that extra office space for my husband or myself, just so we can actually start using that part of our property again. And I'll just note, in our area of this part of Cobb County, we have noticed a lot of development, a lot of neighborhoods. I think there were recently like 50-acre lots that were sold and becoming subdivisions. And we sort of view ourselves as the holdouts. We have the deer, we have the wildlife. There's a creek that runs through our land, and we're not planning on changing or taking down anything. We just want to be able to use that the barn that was previously livable, but to make it a nicer space and obviously safe and up to code for our own family. All right, looking over my notes, make sure I got everything I wanted to say, but that's basically it.
Yeah, you have time, so thank you. If that's it, and with no opposition, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Dance from District 3 to lead our discussion.
Thank you. So your proposed use of the building is for just your family, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, you don't intend any rental use?
I don't intend to take on the burden of being a landlord.
With a growing family, I understand that. So it would be limited to what, office? Your personal office space?
Correct, and bedrooms.
For guests of your family, not for rental?
Correct.
We're not talking about an Airbnb situation?
No Airbnb yet.
Okay.
And, yeah, nothing of that sort.
Okay, and so your application is for how long?
So the applicant was Renata Borges McDonald, who was here most of this morning, had to leave at 1 p.m. And so it's unclear to me how long is necessary for us to complete our renovations. But if the land use permit is to allow us to have families stay with us and, seasonally for the foreseeable future of my children's lives, I would say the next 18 years would be great. But if, there's further restrictions, happy to accommodate the concerns of the commission.
Okay, if you could stay, but if I could ask Mr. Peterson some questions? Maybe?
Sure.
I'm not sure I understand everything about accessory structure, John. Are there restrictions on the use of it?
Yes. Typically, we allow one dwelling unit per lot, and we don't allow dwelling units to have, or we don't allow dwelling units to be within accessory structures. So that's kind of where she got stuck with this. It's been there for a couple of decades maybe, but it's still not a grandfathered situation from a zoning standpoint. It would have to go all the way back to 1972 to be grandfathered as a residential unit.
So, she permitted use of her own structure?
She can't use it for a dwelling unit. She can't have an apartment in there.
Okay, so she couldn't have, but could she have an office in there?
She could have a home office in there.
Okay. Any other uses she could have in there?
She can use it for storage or personal items.
Mm-hmm. And how will that affect this meter application?
If the board approves this application, then she can go ahead and apply for a second meter. I think you said you got a variance pending also for the
We
meter?
do, yep.
Yeah, so the BZA is going to hear the issue about the second meter.
Okay, so other than that, were there concerns about the build-out or the renovation that was occurring?
As far as how they build that out on the inside, it's got to meet our building code and be inspected.
Right, so is the application made for that?
I have to ask the applicant that.
Did you make application for the renovation of the space?
Yes, my understanding is that DeCasa did, and it was approved. So there's a separate permit existing for that. And if you'd like to see the changes, she did give me sort of it was a markup, and not everything in pink that you see was implemented, but everything else is basically what we're doing, if you wanted to see that.
Can you just show it to us?
So looking at this plan, on the left side of the rectangle is the pre-existing bedroom and the pre-existing bathroom, and the pink markings was talked about, but we decided not to do that, so the bathroom is the same. We're just replacing everything. And then in the middle, you'll see sort of the kitchen area, and that's also not changing from what it was. We're just updating the appliances and adding the island in the middle. And then on the right-hand side, it used to be a garage, and we actually just converted that into a little dining area and the office space.
So you drew a permit for this plan, is that right? Or your builder did?
Yes, she did.
So John, where does that leave her?
Yeah, I'm not sure how she drew the permit with the zoning she has on it currently.
Right.
But this process has to be approved first by the Board of Commissioners before they can occupy it and use it as a dwelling unit.
But they have a permit now, is that right?
I'm not sure. Can you
don't
provide the permit for it?
I think that's a question I'd have to ask my contractor or Renata.
And I might be able to pull that up here, Commissioner Davis.
What is the current status of the building? Is it halted?
We have, it's more than halfway constructed, and we were fully intending to have it complete. So it wasn't until after reframing, after the new floors were put in, and basically life savings up until this point, that we halted for the inability to turn on power. They were using an extension cord to the main house to perform the work up until today. Or actually, it hasn't actually been working for many months now, so up until many months ago when we halted and started the process of applying for the correct approvals.
Did you find anything, Mr. Peterson?
I'm opening it up right now.
What's the square footage of the space?
I think it's around 1,000 to 1,200, although I should probably.
And it used to be a barn?
It did used to be a barn. It still looks like it has the shape of a barn, the barn roof, and it's really just a rectangular building that was built out when we bought it inside with the rooms that you see here, save for the garage, which we changed. Everything else pre-existed when we purchased the property.
And when you purchased it, it pre-existed it as an apartment space, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. While he's looking, does anybody else have questions for her?
I had one question. So it says main level. Is it one level?
It is one level.
Okay.
There's like an attic space where they're putting the water heater and stuff.
Okay.
So.
But it's one level.
Yeah.
Living level. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? Nope.
I'm waiting to see if he's got some information.
And what I'm finding here is I see a permit for power use only for a meter that has been there since 2009. And it looks like that was issued by building inspections, but that was not reviewed by zoning.
If I may, that was the permit I applied for when Renata asked us to reach out to Cobb EMC to turn the power on. Cobb EMC said to reach out to the county and get an inspection, and so we did that to have the inspection made. I actually had phone calls with members of the inspection division who told me that the second meter was a problem, and so then I asked Renata to help, because they had an electrician on site, and connect the electrician with the inspector, and then they were handling communications and helped us with the application process for all of the things that are currently pending to get this approved. And if it helps at all, in my efforts reaching out to understand the permit that was approved, it was a garage conversion, is what I understood the description to be, so maybe that's.
Yeah, and the second permit that shows up for the address is a garage conversion that was issued back on April 11th, 2022. And it looks like that's also a permit that zoning did not review or sign off on. And that's why we're here today, because I guess they tried to come back, but zoning didn't approve or review either of those two permits.
Okay, so, Mr. Peterson, if I can ask for your help, I mean, what are our options here?
like the prior case, there's several different ways we can go. We can deny it, we can approve it for a time certain, we can approve her a time certain and give her direction. And I think one of the points in the staff recommendation was to look at subdividing the lot so you have one house per lot. In a lot of cases that come before the board, there's not an option because your property is too small or you don't have enough road frontage to split a lot. But in this particular case, there's enough road frontage and lot area to split the lot into 2 legal lots and have one house per lot.
Mhm. So in such a situation, what, would you put the renovation on hold, or?
Well, right now, she can't get a permit for the second meter, so.
Right.
They can go so far with renovation and then they have to stop.
Because of the meter?
Yeah, the meter does have to be inspected.
Do you understand what he's saying about the, looking at subdividing the lots?
I understand, but there's no intention. So if you look at the house, it's on a very dangerous curve. There's one driveway and it's one address. In my view, dividing the lot, that's someone else's, I think that would be challenging. It's a very steep property, and there's no intention to have a second address, second taxpayer, second person living there, right? It's my grandparents are in New York. My children's grandparents are in New York. They're Long Islanders, don't want to leave, but they would like to come see their grandkids, and so at most it would be a few months, a year, not necessarily becoming full-time residents. Their other grandparents live in the Atlanta area, no need to live on our property, so if there's a way we could get around seeking approval to have a whole separate residence with a full-time resident there, and that would permit approvals of the renovation, we're happy to go that route in case that clarification helps.
Okay, and the board, we've had something similar to this down in South Cobb in District 4 on Lee Road, where there's a second dwelling unit behind the house, and that one's been renewed a few times now since its first time. So, if the board wants to consider to approve this for 12 or 24 months for family use only, then the board can consider that.
But it's not a permanent solution, right?
It's not a permanent solution. The permanent solution would be to subdivide it, and that could happen into the future because it is doable. And you wouldn't have to build another driveway because you can use one driveway for 2 houses. But you would get another tax bill and you would have another mailbox.
And presumably taxes would be higher.
Possibly.
So, yeah. I mean, if practically speaking our lives don't change that much, then I mean, we're happy to consider it, but this is something I would have to consult my husband on whether we want to subdivide, because our intent was not to subdivide and later sell. It was purely just to use what we bought, which was another structure on the property where additional people could enjoy and stay when they came to visit. So that just seems, it seems excessive to have to, the idea of separating the parcel sounds very complicated. You may need a surveyor to come do that, and it may affect whoever in the future inherits the property, because our intention is not to sell it or treat it as 2 separate properties. It's always been one, our home, where we'd like to use it for family. And by family, I'm not saying hordes of people, just the grandparents who want to see their grandkids, is really the only intended use that motivated our wanting to do the renovations now rather than years from now.
So do you have a contract for the renovation?
I do.
Okay. Is that affected by this current application?
Currently, the renovation hasn't continued because the goal is to hopefully seek all the approvals we need. So it is affected in the sense that we're not able to complete it currently. And I guess in terms of future steps we can take, I would need to speak with the Renata at DeCasa Designs, but in terms of the amount of money that has gone into this, it's basically our savings currently, and it would be a severe financial hardship to not be able to complete the renovations.
And is it your intention to remain
Yes.
at the residence?
Yep.
You're not selling the property currently?
Correct. Yeah, we actually moved from Midtown to Cobb County, and we still work in Midtown, but we love, I grew up in the suburbs and want our kids to, and so, fully intend to have them attend public schools out where we are, and don't have any intention to make any switches in the foreseeable future.
Okay, and you have about 5 acres, 4.5 acres?
Yep, 4.4 acres, correct.
Okay. Before I make a motion, does any members of the board have any questions for her or any comments as to recommendations?
No real comment. I shared the concerns brought by trying to find a permanent solution that, on face value, we don't know what the impact of that will be in terms of tax impact or what versus this, what she's here for today, a land use permit to get the electrical at a existing structure on the property.
Anybody else?
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. It just feels like this is probably something where we just my inclination just would be got to figure out what the applicant probably has appetite and desire for from and feasibility to do. That seems like a pretty key component. And secondarily, for conditions where, I guess, a zoning approval, I mean, our building permit has been pulled already without zoning review. I think is, to the extent that we do look at exploring and taking some time to evaluate a little bit more options, it'd be good to just, I think for this group's education, understand how that process happens, so that maybe we can just generally be maybe more preemptive or about avoiding situations where the actual zoning component isn't surfaced earlier as part of the building permits review process. That's probably not something for this board to consider, but it's just something where I would just appreciate a little bit of education on how that dynamic, how we even get to this place, or have gotten to this place, because it seems like it's happened before. That's just a general comment, not necessarily a recommendation specific to this case, but just my thoughts.
Just a quick question. Could we go back to the site plan? So I know at least one option that was on the table was potentially subdividing the property. And I'm just, in my mind, I'm trying to figure out what that would look like, and then if that were something offered up. I think there might be some concern with setbacks. I don't know how we would determine rear yards front yards and if this structure would comply with those setback requirements. So I don't know if staff wants to comment on that or not, but it seems to me that might be something.
Yes, and the setback variances are mentioned in the write-up. You know, they would need setback variances. But, you know, setback variance for something that's existing is pretty common for the Board of Zoning Appeals to hear. So I wouldn't expect a lot of problems with that. And by the very fact that there's no one here to oppose this for this, I don't believe anyone would oppose this for a variance, for a setback variance.
Okay.
Good. Okay, I would appreciate your forthrightness and your testimony and your interest in developing something for your family in particular. And the efforts, I'm weighing the efforts that you've made thus far. And so I would move for the granting of a temporary permit for 24 months with a specific provision that it's only to be used for personal use. And as to long-term solutions, if you're interested in it being a dwelling space, which is what you're building it out for, then I think that you need to personally explore those. But my motion would be for a permit for 24 months for personal use only.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion?
Just quick,
Yep.
Would that be personal residential use, just to clarify?
Well, she said that she had a home office there. John said that she could use it for storage. And then the using it as a guest sleeping space.
Okay.
Do you want to, sorry, do you have a comment?
Oh, and just to add on to what you're saying, Commissioner Dance, can we clarify that it's to be used for family use only?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion, questions? If
One
not,
second.
yes.
Put that on consent?
Yeah.
So we want to amend that to put it on consent, on the consent agenda.
Do you have everything that we were speaking about? Okay.
All right, let's call the question. That recommended for approval is approved by a vote of 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You still have to come back before the Board of Commissioners, is that right? Okay. Okay, cool.
That's it.
Okay, so we have two orders of business. We need to first approve the minutes of the zoning hearing held September 6, 2002, 9 a.m. And those minutes are in front of you.
Move to approve?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question. Minutes from the September 6 zoning hearing are approved. Second, we have the minutes of the special call meeting agenda review work session from September 26. I'll take a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question. These minutes are also approved by a vote of 5-0. With that, we will adjourn our meeting for today. Thank you.